It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand. Then don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parable? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand. Then Jesus said to them, don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parable?
Understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parables?
It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand. Then don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parables? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand. Then Jesus said to them, don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parables?
Midwestuary 2025, August 22nd through the 24th in Elmhurst, Illinois. A weekend you won't want to miss with special guests Cale Zeldin, Paul Vanderclay, Rod Dreer, Elizabeth Oldfield, John Vervaeke, and Jonathan Pajot. Midwestuary 2025, the Fellowship of the Spirit. Stay tuned for more details. Visit us at midwestuary.com for ongoing updates.
Well, that's not the right spot for me. Here we are. Whew, back in the bubble. We are back in the bubble. Guys, it's been like 2 weeks. I had a big ol' rando with Pastor PVK. Oh, Pastor PVK. That was fun. Lots of attention. Certainly glad to have the sunglasses back on, the God silliest goose hat donned, and to be hosting a Saturday cookout. My dog wants to participate. Probably a little quieter than normal. There, I'm going to turn my volume up. Yeah, don't watch, Jan. Although I will say, Jan, if it was just me and you, I would have told the story very differently. There are a lot of parts that I kept out for the goodly shepherd, Mr. Dominique Vanderclay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the rando was fun. The attention was fun, but I'd much rather be back here, virtually not alone, on the cookout. But today is Saturday, so if I'm experiencing the PVK bump right now, just as a reminder, today is Saturday. That means that we're gonna accept hot takes today. There's no kind of, we want to be civil and we want to have fun. So if it ever becomes kind of too contentious or uncomfortable, don't worry. I'm here. I'm not gonna leave you. We might interrupt somebody with some branding to keep things flowing. You never know, or to shake up the rhythm of the convo, to get us thinking differently. You never know. But today is for hot takes. It's the cookout. I will not be making a chill beat. I will be making a beat with some bounce to it, hopefully. Maybe a new favorite of Freddie to get him rapping. We'll see. But as usual, I'll need something to kind of put on in the background while I start working. And my dog, what's the matter? You want to come inside? You want to come inside the Heretics Confessional? That was it. Yep, he needed to come inside the Heretics Confession. He must have some heresies he needs to confess. What heresies would a dog most likely be? Yeah, what would a dog's most likely heresy be? Probably Protestantism. I'll be here all week, folks. I'll be here all week. Actually, no, I won't be here all week. Anyway, I'll be here today. Lord willing, I'll be here tomorrow for the chill stream. But in the meantime, go ahead and drop some in the comments. Feel free to drop a link to another YouTube video if you have a wrench by your name. But let's try to keep it hot. Let's try to keep it fun. Let's not. I don't want to watch like I don't want it to be a downer. I want it to be good content. So let's share some good content so that you guys can be listening to some quality content while I make this beat. What do we say, folks? What do we say? Let's see. I will share with you the little beat I made while I was talking on the Discord with the homies earlier. Or maybe I should drop a link. Should I just go ahead and drop the link and we can get the hot takes going and I'll just make the beat in the background? What's the consensus? Oh, a high demand. Okay. My bad, folks. It is noon on the East Coast now, so But here we go. Let's listen to the beat. Now, this might be a little too chill already, and you guys can't even hear that, can you? Let's get it in your ears. The boy says it needs more swing. We'll give him more swing. You're going to have to be more specific, Cece. Oh, I think I know which one you mean. I think I know which one you mean. I know exactly which one you're talking about. I know what you're talking about, but I don't remember what it's called either. It goes. Am I right? Am I right? I wish there was an easier way for me to like copy and paste this. That's very unfortunate. The StreamYard doesn't let you do that. Might have to go over to the YouTube. Ron Copperman. I saw Ron Copperman in the Hive Mind. I was gonna play the video he was in, with Henry, that they did earlier today. But I decided against it. So maybe I should pull that up. But I'm gonna try to see what link our very own Yon God dropped for us. But in order to do that, I got to go over to a different page and click on the stream and make sure it's not playing. In order to do that, because then I'm going to hear myself. Now we can click on it. Yeah. That's it, Yanni. You got it. Well, let's do this. Oh, wait. I can do this. I don't have to download it. That's right. That's right. We can just sample it. So we'll sample it real quick. Uno momento. Here we go. That's it. Definitely going to get sued now. But yeah, that was it. That was it. Oh, thanks, Nathan. Maybe I will. Maybe I will.
that reality, though, is why Occam is somewhat despised, depending on what.
I know what I want to show you guys. The pre-genitor to the TLC.
What?
Let's see.
A book about pop.
That's not it. It's more like it.
Jefferson calls this right to freedom an unalienable right. What does that word mean to you philosophically?
Two things. In the first place, there's a right that is antecedent to all governments. It's not a right like a legal right granted by a constitution, granted by a law. Legal rights are legally enacted. Constitutional rights are constitutionally enacted. Unalienable rights are the inherent natural right that we have by being human. We have a right to live in a society where the circumstances confer upon us the freedom to act as we please.
And that is unalienable.
Unalienable.
By Jefferson's definition.
It isn't given by government and it can't be taken away. It can be violated, but it can't be, it isn't a gift of government.
Under what circumstances can anyone be deprived of the exercise of the right of liberty?
A criminal who is acting against the general welfare has violated the law. Right is not anything. He has forfeited time of his incarceration. The exercise of the right. The moment the prison doors open, the exercise. Right is always there. Human being. Prison doors open. Exercise the right is restored. He has paid for his misconduct by the forfeiture of exercise for each. That's trouble with the debt. One of the serious question. Having been restoration of the right. Taken away. Taking
The right, not just the exercise. You can never give it back. Mark Twain said that
Taken away.
goodness is right, not the right. Three unspeakable precious things: freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, and the prudence and the never to practice either of them. Now I want to ask: should anyone have unlimited freedom, or how would state general principles that justify limitation of liberty?
With regard to the circumstance of freedom of action is what pleases. I think do is what pleases. Very simply stated. A human being, a person. Much freedom as justice allowed. Much freedom as he can use justice. I can translate the most simple term. Much freedom as he can use without harm anybody else, without injuring anybody else, or acting against the welfare of the community. Any action on his part that injures the welfare of the other person is illicit action. It should be some criminal action. Never prohibited. Well, in other words, to prevent a criminal from injuring somebody is not. I say that's the way his freedom.
That is to take away his freedom. Let me do as he pleases.
Let me introduce a word. Many of the writers on freedom have introduced, particularly John Locke. To do as one pleases, what one pleases to do, is a violation of other people's rights. An injury to them is not freedom, not liberty, but license. When it's liberty, they cry when all they want is license. Criminal is being deprived of license, but not of liberty. And I would go further and say, therefore, just laws deprive no one of any liberty, except the criminal. What do you say that? Just laws deprive no one of any liberty, and the criminal who is compelled to obey them, committing a crime by fear of the punishment that would get him to court, is only giving up license, not liberty.
And the failure to enforce the law deprives us.
Precisely. John Locke, I think, from the English tradition, Locke's second essay on civil where he says, where there is no law, there is no liberty. Law is the bulwark of liberty.
So society has to take steps to deprive all of us, in a sense, of some of our freedom. My freedom to punch you in the nose. Nobody has the freedom to cry fire in a crowded theater.
If the freedom to punch me in the nose is a freedom you should not have, then you ought to call it freedom but license. And I think that's the only way to clarify it. I think Locke is right.
When people obey unjust laws, do they lose their freedom? And I speak out of the civil rights movement, which came into being precisely because there were unjust laws.
Exploring the intricacies of any great idea, there is an almost endless process. The course pursued is affected by the experiences of those who come to the journey by a different light. Seminars at the Aspen Institute in Colorado, which Adler helped organize around the classic literature of Western thought, are mixtures of divergent opinions traveling from personality. This session on liberty is no exception. An old controversy is quickly joined. Who shall judge when liberty weighs too heavily? What is to regulate the conflict between the pursuit of liberty and the pursuit of equality? And how much dissent can liberty allow?
So I would say that the civil rights movement is one very important thing for this country, not just for black people, but for this country. It taught us that civil disobedience, that is, objecting to and deliberately violating unjust laws,
as Martin Luther King did.
Yes, can in fact attain for us a degree of freedom. That is to say that laws were eliminated. The Voting Rights Act came into being. A lot of other things related to housing, schooling, etc., came out of civil disobedience of unjust laws. And people have a lot of problems with that because most people are law-abiding. But I would suggest that civil disobedience has to continue today because there are still unjust laws.
Franco, what did you post? What was that link? What is After Dark? What is that?
There's obedience to law, private matter. If the laws are just.
Well, if the law is just, as long as we have a universal definition of just laws.
Suppose it from others, you know what just law is.
We can't, in a practical term, presume that all laws are just.
Know that.
Even when there's participatory democracy, we can't always assume that. So I guess I'd have to qualify it by saying, if indeed the massive number of people felt that the laws were just, and they came into
I'm gonna tell you a little story about me and my friends, about something we did way back when. I was eating spaghetti and getting kind of sweaty when all of a sudden in walked Betty. Betty was my girl in these old days, and she had a lot of friends that were walking my way. Said first there was Helen, then there was Ellen, but the best of them all, she had the name of Llewellyn.
So that
I'm gonna tell you a little story about me.
Only provisional in that any group objecting to it that it is unjust may challenge the law.
I believe any law that is unjust to any group of people, whether it's women, ethnic minority groups, etc., ought to be challenged.
Yeah, fine. Suppose it's a group of people who believe strongly that there ought to be inequality, and they challenge the law because they think it is unjust to them in not recognizing the inequality which they believe to be right. You deny them the right?
Well, I presume that we believe.
But there are people
No, wait a minute. No, if we follow the Constitution of our country, which is to say equal protection under the law, et cetera, then we can't presume to have people who believe that inequality has to be announced.
Of course, equality is equality between people, and they believe.
I'm gonna tell you a little story about me and my friends, about something we did.
They would believe that equality then is inequality. It's a form of justice, unequal people. How would you deny them the right?
Precisely.
I'm gonna tell you a little story about me and my friend.
I don't see because they could then imply that your difficulty was the problem.
They have.
You have to have, yes, well, that's all right, but I think that are indeed at opening a very wide door. I have to sympathise with your views. I do too.
Sympathy isn't what I want. Equality. Equality is what I'm saying.
Is liberty the freedom to do and say and think anything?
That's one of the means. I'm sorry, I cannot possibly answer your question by saying it's one form of it. There is no such thing as liberty itself. The common meaning that runs through these four forms, other forms as well. Very difficult to take that so thinly that it's common to all four, but you have to talk about the different forms about liberty per se.
I say you do not specify, okay? The law is just, we'll hold for the moment the question of justice. We're just supposing that there is such a thing as a just law. Maybe there isn't. This is a hypothetical question. If there is a just law, do I lose liberty when I obey the law? Indeed, I would argue this the opposite. That in the absence of just law, I have absolutely no absence of law, representing just law. I live in anarchy. In state of anarchy, I enjoy no liberty except the illusory liberty that I'm the biggest guy on the block. I got the biggest gang around me, and I can beat everybody else into submission. I would suggest that one could examine just law, start with the first amendment of the Constitution of the United States, guarantees the basic right to speak, assembly, a variety of other rights. They are laws. They are just laws. In the absence of those just laws, I might very well lose all my liberties to some mean guy down the street with his gang. Or I might very easily lose my liberty. The government may also deprive my liberty. Now, I'm ready to grant, if you define the term liberty to me, the right to do anything, anytime I want to anyone, under any circumstances, through a just law doesn't circumscribe my liberty. I prefer the other word license. I think if liberty is defined as license, because by definition any law limits my liberty. But I think that the word license has a separate meaning, and I'm not just playing around with words. The hell with the words. I am concerned with because I believe that if every individual is turned loose to play the game as that individual wants to, without any rules to the game, my freedom is absolutely in jeopardy. For that reason, I maintain just laws guarantee liberty, and my obeying the just law is my reinforcement of my liberty.
Well, I disagree totally with Gus in the first part of the statement that just laws do not limit liberty or freedom. And if I may, I'd also like to remember what you said. No one has right of force to harm others or to go contrary to the common good. Expression term also don't quite understand because again it's what the common good is versus the majority.
Talk about their welfare. We'll talk about the greatest happiness that has done the various forms of this. On this subject, the great opposition in English thought, at least, is between John Stuart Mill and John Locke.
All right, I dropped the link.
Mill did hold that as the sphere of law enlarges, the sphere of liberty diminishes. As the sphere of law diminishes, the sphere of liberty enlarges. That's Mill's view. Locke took a quite contrary view. He held that no liberty at all is ever lost under just laws. That the virtuous man is utterly free when he obeys the just law because he can do anyway what the just law requires. And only the criminal, the antisocial conduct of the criminal, is restrained by a just law. And the criminal thinks he's lost liberty, but using the phrase that Gus used, Locke says that's license, not liberty. Everything's very, in this matter,
please. Very current one. I feel living in New York State, my liberty is being taken. My liberty to breathe air, my liberty to swim in the lakes, my liberty to get clean fish out of the lakes of the Adirondacks. I go on and on and on like that. These are things I need. Food and air are basic to my life. I'm being deprived of them. And I know within 50 years it's going to be impossible to things go away because of the acid rain. The acid rain come out of various plants in various parts of the country, but people are doing their business in a completely innocent sort of way. What they are doing is going to make life impossible for me within the foreseeable future. It will interfere with my liberty. I am going to call for a law that says you have to regulate those people. You have to see that they do not poison my future. That is a law, and it's a law that proves it's going to restrain them. At the same time, it's going to give me greater liberty. A social decision has to be made. You may want to do this on a cost-effective basis, balancing their right against my right. The matter is that if I do not intervene with law, I, as a sensible citizen, lose basic liberty.
Well, you also have caused the loss of liberty to others, and therefore it is to a great degree backfired on yourself when you limited, for instance, oil and gas exploration in the Northeast for many years. You realized the long term, you thought you were getting more liberty and free choice, but you're in the long term really losing it. On a possibility wise, you're not
Just we're talking about laws to shut its anti-life.
I think the problem that it faces one at this stage is what about those people who say we don't accept that it is a just law, and those people who say we don't accept that this society could ever produce any just laws? What are the limits of toleration to this? I think this is a very interesting question because I think that you have done your best to provide us, and I go a long way with it, with what one might call a series of logical steps. But at some point, the logic breaks on a circular definition. And at that point, you then have to come to politics. And politics is the balance of unpleasant alternatives.
That's bring everything together and say, okay, we've got to make a deal.
Yeah. We never.
All right, looks like I went fishing and I got some big ones. First up of Sartori Studios, it's Michael Sartori. Welcome, sir. How are you?
Doing okay. How are you? Okay. How are you? Ooh.
I am good. Oh, you probably got some echo. That's on me. Sorry about that, folks. But we also have the one, the only, CC Moole in the house. Welcome. And with CC, we can pop the virtually not alone bubble. What do we think, folks? What do we think? Welcome.
Oh.
Thank you.
CC, it's nice to meet you.
It's good to meet you too. I do think on the very first randos I ever did with McMo that you might have been my least favorite TLCer, and I have to apologize.
Okay. All right. I accept your apology. I'm sorry.
Crazy.
I mean,
To be fair, I think we can lay that at McMo's feet because you asked a question like that.
I did ask what her least favorite. She was fairly new to the corner, and I asked her who her least favorite person was, and she was like, "I don't know. I guess if I had to choose, maybe Sartori."
Well, yeah. I mean, that's like not an unfamiliar thing in my life to be not liked. I like to think it's being misunderstood. So hopefully that's true. But
I think that it was the least liked, not that she didn't like you.
Okay.
I think
just
that was more like
I'm just
that.
at the bottom of the hierarchy.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
It wasn't even for a bad reason, okay? It was because I saw, you're very much like me, I think. You're a little, abrasive sometimes, and I'm like, damn, you're better at being me than I am sometimes. So that's why I gotta hate you.
All right, so did you guys come on to both hate on me?
Well, I don't know, McMo. Is there anything that you need to be hated on for?
Oh, yeah, there's plenty. But I don't know, like I saw, Michael, you you commented in the on the video that you kind of resonated with the whole. I don't know. I thought you brought up some good points about the weird way in which church leadership can often. I don't know. I can't remember the way you put it, but do you remember? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes. Well, I mean, yeah. So your story very much resonated with my own. I don't know if you have seen or remember my original rando with Paul, which is funny because like I was so like shaping the narrative to, because I mean I didn't have a falling out with the people at my old church. It was just a very isolating experience, and like once I made the transition from like being a person in the church to like ministry employee, a lot of my friendships and like the relationships that I had with the people on staff, like, now I realize some of this is like the autism that was undiagnosed or whatever, but, it kind of like lost the trustness or whatever. And so it was like, oh crap, now I'm just like, I had no one to share my private struggles with or anything like that. So it was just all, like I had to keep up appearances in all way, in all things. And so we left because we moved and we left on good terms, but it was like, I was hanging on by a thread. It's like I didn't deconvert, but or whatever. I didn't, but my I did a very thorough remodeling project on my my faith. We went down to the studs. The foundation was good, so we didn't have to worry about that. But yeah, there was a lot of stuff built up that needed to be torn down and reconfigured. So I was so like not like hedged so many bets or whatever in that first randos talk with Paul, because I was like, oh, people might watch it from back home and stuff.
We finally got a hot take, folks, from Rod in the comments. Why is it that people who work in churches often are the most critical when you expect the opposite if the organization was healthy? Good question.
Well, the organization, it's not healthy. I mean, I don't know. It's weird. Like, I think, yeah, well, it's just weird. It's funny. I don't know if you saw it. I posted angry tweets or whatever after your thing.
I saw it. Yeah.
Did you see that video? You didn't watch it at all, did you?
I watched it. No, I watched like the first, like, I can't remember how long it was, but I watched it
like
enough to figure out.
Yeah. Like, I'm like, this is okay. It's just, here's honestly, and this will be the way to put it in the best case, because churches are just very self-selecting. Like, I think that's the thing, and it's funny because it's the nature of like our actual culture, like the non-coercion principle and like the market economy. So basically, churches have a brand, and then they serve the product that they serve, and they attract the people that like that product. And then the problem comes when kids grow up in the product and they're like, this is weird, or like their personality clashes, or people come for a while, and so like that's the thing. It's just basically churches are just very they're very good at attracting the people that are the same personality and disposition as the people that run it and like it that way, and not good at understanding different people. So,
CC, what do you think? Is it an organization thing that's just kind of common across multiple facets, or is it particularly bad in Christian circles? Like, what? I mean, we've at least got a selection bias in quote unquote this little corner of people who have dealt with church hurt. I wonder for sometimes, like, to what extent that is one of the main drivers for people self-selecting into a space like this. But I don't want to navel gaze. I just mean to reference that as a, what are we dealing with here? Is this, are we all biased, or is Rod onto something? Is it actually that, yeah, church organizations are, on the whole, seem to be more trouble than they're worth?
I don't know. It seems like because it's more of a personal thing, and because the people actually, doing the church and creating the service and everything they're kind of part of that creative process. Of course, they're going to see the inside thing and think, oh, we could have done better here, here, and here. That person, oh, they might have done it that way, but they were thinking about doing this way behind the scenes, but they chose to do it that way. Maybe next time they should do it the other way. And like, you're forming all these opinions about something that you can be a part of, but if you're just part of like the service itself, you're like, wow, this is nice. I'm like, wow, they really put in a lot of effort into it. But as soon as you get into like the nitty gritty and of how to do things, it seems like people's feelings get hurt. And so it seems like with church, because it's not employment, it's not a hobby, it's kind of a mixture of, just a really deep part of people's, identities and stuff. And it seems like it's easier to get hurt in that process. If that answered the question.
Yep.
Yeah, I think so. Well, I guess that one's solved. On to the next one. Let's see. What are the comments saying? What about pray in your closet? Doesn't the megachurch understand? The rampant hypocrisy. Maybe there is something to that.
I mean, I would say there's probably and I was thinking especially with regards to this little corner. So I had a conversation with Jacob the other day when I had a little time for a live stream, and and why he's not in the little corner, and I was like, okay, yeah, because he's frustrated because the people in the little corner don't do anything, and I was like, dude, everybody in the little corner, and I'm going to tell him, like, this is why you're not in there, is like socially retarded because they were smart and then they were gaslit and told they were dumb by their like culture that they grew up in or whatever. Like, it's all smart autistic people who could blend in well enough to get along, but it took a lot of brain horsepower to fit in and survive for most of the people here. Whereas and so then I was thinking about, like, really this is a problem probably in a lot of institutions. Like, I think only like the tech sector and like the defense industry, like the defense industry identifies these people and says, like, your brain is useful, and they like know how to like utilize those powers or whatever, like, to the utmost. But like the church as only one institution, but probably a lot of other ones, it's like you can't rise above the top. If you're smarter than the guy at the top, that's bad. You're just gonna get yourself in trouble. It's just not gonna work. And so it's like, it just well,
yeah.
I mean, honestly, I think the whole world is becoming more autistic because we are all on these platforms that autistic people invented to overcome their social and communication issues.
Yeah, neurodivergent is probably a more accurate term than autism, because I know that there's more than a few ways to be abnormal, but like mine is a mixture of mental illness and CTE, but yours might be autism or ADHD or whatever they label you want to put onto it. But there does seem to be something about there being fewer and fewer comfortable fits for people in modern day society. Like it's very rare to meet someone, in my opinion, who's like, family is crushing it, church is crushing it, city crushing it, state love what's going on, country, yep, I support. Like, it's somewhere in there, and you could probably choose whichever one of those you wanted to really focus on, because they're all going to have issues. And so, yeah, like, but at the same time, like, I do feel like there is something to the idea that it's different currently, and that there are changes in the way people are thinking generally, and that's a very uncomfortable time to live in. I don't know. We have one of the OGs. Two OGs in the place to be. One is, my mouse isn't working. Luke Thompson, Tunji of the North. And with that, I will recede into the background until I join on my phone so that I can keep it, what is the word? Symmetrical. Anyway, welcome, Luke. Welcome, Tunji.
Hey.
Hello. I'm so used to being able to. I guess this means I just don't come on other people's streams enough. I'm just like going to highlight comments. And I can't. I don't have these powers.
So my hot take of the day is that church is great, and we should love it more.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with. I think church as the body of Christ. Yes, church as industrial religion that makes replicants and doesn't allow for actual diversity. I'm not into that.
Can I have some church propaganda? Because I'll be honest, I don't go to church and I don't see the appeal either. So I'm kind of interested about this hot take. What's good about it?
Well, and there are several promises that Jesus has given us for those who believe in Him, and many of those promises are to be realized in communitary level, in an assembly, and that assembly is already in itself a gift from God. I have been receiving that family members and fellowship and all the good things that come with it. When you follow Jesus and maybe you live your own family members, but then you are away and you find that there are brothers and sisters on the other side of the world, and you really feel that they are your brothers and sisters. It's not kayfabe. It's an actual familial relationship that you have. It's a true bondage of love, and on top of that, you can see through that already that there is a real unity, a real body, a real something that is a testimony and a manifestation of Christ on earth.
Why does that have to be specifically? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I still love church. I love the church, and probably ones that Luke says are institutional, terrible organizations or whatever. I mean, if it wasn't mostly a really positive experience that I've had for the most part overall, I wouldn't be a Christian. I think I grew up with parents that were really sincere and serious about it and stuff. It's honestly really great for people who have like obvious problems. It's just it's just kind of the people that have collected here are in a strange place where it's kind of the too smart for not as easily categorized. I think that's the people that get squeezed out. So if you talk to only the people that get squeezed out, it's easy to see how much good it's doing, or it's easy to miss how much good it's doing for so many other people. But yeah, I mean, my problems were more of like they don't know how to. They're quasi business organizations, and they run that part of it very poorly. But the church part, they do good.
But maybe it's worth it to make an extra distinction, and somebody will not agree with that. But most of the things that are said to be negative about the church, they are not actually things that the church does. There are things that either its members do wrong because it's people and people do wrong things, but those things they should not be automatically be attributed to the church. That to me it's quite unfair, and it's also a way in which dogmatically, I dare to say, we affirm that the church is still holy. It's not full of all the sins of the people that participate in it, because otherwise then we would have a problem. So people do make mistake, and then those mistakes scale up as we come together and do stuff together. There is a scaling up of a compounding of errors, but that do not make the institution inherently bad or evil or a mistake in itself. It's actually
Okay,
not the case.
I have a question for you, Tunji, and this is a legit question. This isn't like one of those veiled assertions, rhetorical questions. So, like, I was listening to someone say recently, who was it? But it's something I've heard a lot. Is that like parents want to they'll often accept responsibility for the good that their kids do, but not the bad.
Mhm.
And so, like, in the church, I don't know what degree that the church can say, like, all the positive things that the church has done, well, those are good. That's the institution, that's the body. But the bad things the church does, that's not the church. That's like something else. Like, why is that analogy off?
Can you give
Because it seems like that's what you just said.
Well, yeah, because do you want to add something, Tayo?
No, I wanted Luke to clarify. Can you give an example of one of like a bad thing that the church does that, by Tunji's definition, wouldn't be attributed to the church?
Well, I don't know exactly what he's thinking of, but let's just take, I mean, the thing that came to mind, and this isn't my particular denomination, but like the priest scandal in the Catholic Church.
Mhm.
That's not the church?
That's the priest. So the shepherd, even the pastors may fail, but they fail in not doing what we're supposed to do. But what they were supposed to do, it is good. It's the best things possible. So when they do not do it, they are failing to accomplish what their role in the church was about. On a more fundamental level, another analogy is when we talk about in our relationship with God, normally, even profoundly, automatically, for everything that I do good, I give credit to God. That's for the glory of God. That's he has the credit. But if I do something bad, I don't blame God for the bad that I do. That's my fault. Now, this, if you, somebody may see that as a strange loop. Well, but it in itself, it reveals a profound reality of ourselves and how God actually interact with the world in us and through the church.
Yeah, I guess where I'm struggling is like I can make sense of that in a like language that makes sense to me is kind of kairos moment, eternity, God manifesting, like the true church in moments of time and transcendence, what it means to be a saint. But in there's no separation. Like the saint is manifesting God to the world.
I hate to interrupt, but breaking news, everyone. Is that a haircut? Was that a haircut?
It looks like
Holy
it. I am
cannoli.
You're muted. I can't hear you. So that makes sense in like a kairos, chronos, or in our becoming, like in our sin and our uncompleted stuff. That's obviously not good. That's us foundering our way there. Oh, I got an echo. But I don't know. It's one way I'll try to relate it is that separating thing and the choosing. To me, it just seems too conveniently selective, and I'm channeling, I guess, non-religious, non-Christians in the corner, some who may be in our comments, and people that I know and love who have issues with the church for these reasons, who are maybe outside, who I think it can feel like it's like McMo made a comment in there about like the true church is the one true Scots, fallacy thing. Like it just seems like and it also seems a little anti-incarnational to me. It's just like we we want to abstract to a like theoretical, ineffable, abstract church that doesn't exist in reality to the good. And then the bad, we want to say, well, that's just me in this like stark dichotomy way.
I didn't make an abstraction of what the church is with that. I attributed to God all the good that we do. There's nothing abstract in that. That is more of a.
But where
I guess,
is God?
Yeah.
Say backs.
A question of responsibility.
Yeah, that's
Coming in and out, say backs. Your mic isn't.
Question of responsibility. And can you hear now?
You're very quiet.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Much better.
I think it's a question of responsibility because the example that came to my mind when I hopped on was like the rise and fall of Mars Hill. And what specifically happened with Mark Driscoll's church is all the good and exciting things that Acts 29 could say, hey, this is great. As soon as something went south, they're like, that's not us, that's Mark. That's not us. And so what happens is like if it's just abstracted to the goodness of the church, it's only only the good things, the church has to take responsibility for its own sin. It's not Christ that's sinning, it's the church, but it's about responsibility. And I just see that as an example of like, kind of, if the church is only quote unquote the invisible good, then you don't have to take responsibility for the physical, the non-visible, or the actual visible bad. And I think that we see that there's a lot of blame shifting that takes place, because it's like, well, it was, I'm just the worst sinner here, so you can't blame me, it's just my sin. And you can't blame me as a person, I'm just as sinful as the rest of you.
I'm not sure that what you say there follows very much, because the point of responsibility is that people who sin take responsibility, repent, and maybe they are even taken accountable by the responsible. So I don't understand how that will be a diminishment in responsibility. On the contrary, the essential factor, I think, that is the need to discuss a theological premise is that if you don't believe that you are responsible for the evil that you do, and God has the credit for the good that you do, then this whole framework, is flawed. It doesn't hold. But
that's what I was saying.
But is that what you? I didn't follow the second part of what you said. Seems
So,
that you denied that people are responsible for their errors.
I'm saying people do deny that they're responsible for their errors, and
Okay.
so do organizations like Acts 29, is what I'm saying. When they should take responsibility, why are all these CEO, startup church pastors have like these ego complexes?
What does taking responsibility look like? Because
Discipline.
churches are, you can't discipline someone if they leave. That is a form of discipline, isn't it? It's cutting off.
Who left?
Yeah, but so can I jump in? So like in the comments under PVK's last CRC video just recently, he said something, that he made the comment like it's always the conservatives that leave. And he said, except in the CRC thing now, although I would bicker whether or not these are conservatives, it's the affirming people who are leaving. And then Phlebas made some comment like, I wish they would stay. I wish they would fight. I wish they would do whatever. And then an affirming pastor said, well, that's easy for you to say when I want to pull up the comment when he said, when they're threatening
discipline.
Yes, there's all these like tacit. This is my problem with conservatives that hold the moral majority in like currently held institutional power, is they don't want to acknowledge the soft power that they can exercise to make people shut up. It's the same thing that I experienced in church when I was having issues within like my Protestant church, is like there's all these soft power mechanisms that allow people to deny that they're exerting anything, but the system is doing the work for them. So like, don't gossip, don't talk about things. This came up in McMoe's rando. Don't do all these different things. There's all this soft power cultural
That exists everywhere. That exists on this stream right now. That it's just relational. The way relationships work is there are hierarchies that form, such as when I interrupted you just now. That was a rude thing to do. I should have waited for you to stop speaking and then speak. But I wanted to interrupt you because I feel like you're talking out of your ass, for lack of a better term. So all of those things come into it, because we can't just say, oh, there are soft powers that make people feel like they have to behave in such a way. That's what exactly are you saying? You're saying there shouldn't be soft power because that just means there shouldn't
No,
be.
I'm not saying that. I mean, that's the shadow matriarchy. But the problem is when that's enforced from the head and from the leaders in a masculine way, and then they deny doing it when they come out and say, when you approach them and want to talk to them about it, that's like bullshit feminine power.
I'm just realizing now that they started with CC Mo asking for us for why she should go to church, and then a bunch of Christians came on to fight about church. This is great advertising. But
right.
to Mark, you've been there for a while. You got anything to say?
I don't know if I have anything to say. There needs to be contrition, and there needs to be congregations need to take responsibility for enabling the gross misdeeds that go public. And I think if they own their shit, the church would be a lot more attractive. The folks like CC, who are well-meaning, good-hearted, and want to, and maybe are looking for a community to participate in, but nobody wants to, sign up to pay off the lawsuits for some ministerial misdeeds that have made it into civil courts. I think your question was, what's the appeal? The appeal on the positive side is it's the city of, I think it's Augustine, it's the city of God versus the city that's built on the love of self versus the love of self versus the love of God. And that's the appeal of the city of God. It's a city built around people pursuing a very singular purpose when it's rightly done. That's what I got.
I would say, it's, in certain ways, agree with you, Mark, because part of what happens when clergy does bad is what happens in the evangelical or the low church, and even in certain ways the congregational setting, is because no one actually wants to deal with it. They want it, something, when I get told, for the grace of God go I, it's like, well, golly, man, I can't blame that guy because I could have been me. And then the other part is people actually just don't want to deal with it. And so it's like, we just need to forgive. We just need to forgive. We just need to forgive. So then when you do that, you don't actually deal with the sin. You don't actually deal with the consequences. The congregation doesn't want to take responsibility. The elders don't want to take responsibility. No one wants to take responsibility when that happens and that's why I talked about discipline. And then the other piece of it is like, well, that Teo brought up was like, well, you can't discipline if somebody leaves. And that's true. And so, but I also think that there are actually people that have agendas, that are snakes, that are wolves. And we don't want to say, Oh, they're not a wolf. They're just a fallen sinner like you and me. Even if it's the pastor who has a higher responsibility and a higher calling. And so I think that's where a lot of that gets messed up. But that part of that comes from a certain type of priesthood of the believer, because it's like, well, they're no better than me. I'm a priest. They're a priest. We're all priests. And so, you know, that's where I think some of that comes from.
Okay.
And I think it all comes down to accountability. Like that's what I was trying to talk about in my last live stream, bringing up Jordan B. Cooper, is like what happens when a person or a group in a church has disagreements with the leadership. You can either die to yourself and submit and say like, I don't agree with what you're saying, but I'm going to submit regardless. You can say, I don't agree and I'm not going to submit. Or you can say, I agree and I was wrong and I submit. Like, I mean, I think that's kind of your three options. But the problem is for most Protestants, I just don't know. I don't think we're at a place where you can. I just don't like the impulse when people say there's this. What's happening? There's this automatic. I keep hearing like laughing or something.
I
There's
was chuckling because whenever you said Protestants, Teo sighed. That's what I was responding to.
Well, it's a Protestant impulse, and we're all Protestants. I don't know how you want me to talk about it. I'm talking about Martin Luther. What should Martin Luther have done? What should Jordan B. Cooper do? Because I think he wants to say like, well, I have authorities that I submit to. Okay, but let's play out a theoretical. What would happen if there was some time where they came to you and said, you said something on your channel that I don't think you should have said, and we want you to take it down, and he has strong convictions that he should not. What should he do then?
Christian, it sounds like Luke just explained exactly what I was pointing out when I said people leave. Luke saying if you feel convicted and there's your pastors and your higher ups are saying something, you should leave. And then where's the discipline going to come into it? So the accountability is just using your feet, which I think you're right. That is the Protestants, the meme of the Protestant instinct.
But there's a pastoral aspect to that too, though. Kyle.
Well, I would also say that, I mean, there's two. There you had the question with Luther and the instinct. You have to. It's not just did he not submit. Like, was his critique of indulgences right or true? And was he asking? And so, is there a time where the authorities of the church are wrong?
Did the bishops handle it well?
And he was
Can I just,
excommunicated. He was excommunicated at the risk of his life. And so, I mean,
Mark,
can I just drop something?
What were you going to say? Tunji, let Mark go first because I think he was about to say something, and then Tunji next. But we did our job, boys. We scared CC off.
Yeah, that was terrible.
We're
too bad.
Well, I want to relate to like people like CC and Rod because there are good reasons people don't go to church, or McMo.
They didn't want to be related to. They wanted
yeah, but you seems to don't know what are those reasons. You just drop some good reason. Yeah?
Mark, what do you say?
If that's the point.
All I was going to say is good pastors can cultivate a spirit of self-discipline in people, so that it's no one likes being called on the carpet, but if it's a high value in the culture of the mini society you have in a congregation, it can be something where people learn to take it. It's just in some ways the corner is kind of like that. I entered the corner with a much thinner skin than I have now. And that didn't happen. I would say it's better call Paul. It's Paul. He's the reason that this works the way it does. He gets castigated for not being a strong leader. In fact, I don't know if anybody else who could shape a group of people who very rarely meet in person in the way that this place does. Just a thought. So the people don't have to run.
Okay.
When, in other words, when discipline is necessary, people don't necessarily have to bolt if they are deeply embedded in a mutually beneficial, respectful congregation.
My last thought, and then I will drop. Again, for Sisi and for whoever is still on the fence if they should go to church or not, there is no other place where you can receive the love of God as He has intended for us to receive it than to go to church. It's absolutely irreplaceable, and that will be worth it for every kind of pain and suffering that will inevitably involve the fact that we are dealing with other people. But the love of God will overabound everything else, and that's only and that's there. And I'm out.
Why go to church? Because God's not just an idea. Like, God is incarnated in a person. And so, like, that, and then that's how we find it in some ways, for better, for worse, here on earth as it is in heaven. And so,
Can I try an aggressive takedown on that? It's why go to church? Because the Holy Spirit is not just an idea.
But the Holy Spirit moves where it wills, and it can make the
Where
body
two
of
or more-
God out of dead bones.
Where two or more are gathered, I think is wise and fair on that.
what was an aggressive takedown?
Well, I was just using your words and applying them to the Holy Spirit, and it seemed to point towards the other direction. You know, like the incarnation of Christ, meaning you needed to be in embodied space, and the reality of the Spirit giving you liberty to go where God would have you. That was the nature of the aggressive takedown. I should have been more aggressive, I think. Luke's bald head is bringing it out of me. It looks like Fight Club here, you know? I guess
So, like,
Mark's kind of
Cece-
Fight Club too.
This is like Cece just asked, do you have to go to church to meet God?
Obviously not.
In the
Meet
normative,
God,
I would
no.
say in the normative sense.
But to
I think
sustain
to
it,
be formed and shaped,
yes.
I don't think you, like, people, Saul met God on the road to Damascus. But I think that in the normative sense, like, what does it mean to, like, that rhythm of your life is an important one to be
The
shaped
problem is
by.
there's no such thing as a normative person.
Yeah, there are.
Where?
There's a normative human being. You're a human being. I'm a human being. 10 fingers, 10 toes is normative.
I think I get what McMo's saying. It's like Father Stephen Freeman said this. Like, nobody ever knows anything in general. They only know anything ever in particular, because everything is particularly unique. You know, every human being is unique.
Well, I do want to play off of what Christian is saying, though, because there is a sense in which I think Christian actually speaks from a really cool place of authority on the matter, because he was booted, you know, and he chose to go back. And even
And then I
chose
to leave as well after 6 years, but
Yeah,
not because I was booted.
Right. So you're bringing a different perspective, and I just bring that up to say that, like, I don't think any of us are as naive as to think, well, yeah, some people just have perfect good experiences with church, and that's why they think it's good. And, you know, the people who have bad experiences, they obviously think it's bad, or they obviously have reasons for not going. It's very complicated, because so many people who have had bad experiences at church go back because they understand the importance of it. And then so many people who have good experiences leave for no reason, you know, like, so I bring up all of that to say the issues that I see have more to do with discipleship and piety. And because of that, I do think that it is kind of more of an individual issue. It has to do with an overall immaturity within at least the American church, and a failure to step into the breach for young men and women and not offer polemics or confessions even, but actual wisdom. I think that there's been a dearth of wisdom in the church. I think that we've experienced a very foolish period of the church.
Here's what I
So
would
what is
say.
that? How's that hit you?
Here's what I'd say. I've had experience with God outside the church, laying in my bed, profound spiritual experience. But that came from the fact that I was given stories as a child, I was given doctrine as a teenager, and I was given theology as an adult. And I think that that's part of the pattern that I was talking about, like about the normative, like, you know, if we're just talking about 25 to 45-year-olds and should they go to church and is it necessary, but like you also have to think about like the formation of your life, of not just an individual's life, but a life of a family, a life of being in community if you are single, a life of because you're talking about discipleship and piety, like that doesn't only come in the desert. It shouldn't only come in the desert. Like it should come in community as well, and it should, but it can and does come in the desert. And
Right. Well, I bring that out not to kind of say that it can only be done in the desert, but more to say I would love to find a pastor who shows me how to submit to authority, for instance, and that's a pretty tricky pickle. You know, maybe if I became Catholic, I could look to my priest at how he submits to the cardinal or the bishop, but then like eventually your priest or your bishop is going to have what are now fairly public disagreements with the Pope. Usually, you know, like the conservative bishops, you even like, I don't know. There's so much. I think what I'm trying to point to is there's so much more knowledge. Like that, this isn't as simple as like, well, you just go to your local church and you find a gentleman who's older than you, who's like walking in the Lord, and you become like you submit yourself to them. Like, I think that the reason why we didn't have a good answer for Cece is basically because institutional Christianity, to Luke's point, has taken place of the body of Christ. I guess is the best way to put it. Like there's been and it's an inevitable conflating, right, of the local body, quote unquote, and the capital B body of Christ, the bride of Christ, the church. But with all of that rambling aside, I want to welcome Mark S. to the stage. Mark S., what say you, sir? Can we save Christian? Can we keep him Protestant? You know, it seems like he's just trending towards the we need liturgy, we need authority, we need, you know.
I'm Presbyterian.
Well, I don't know.
I'm Presbyterian. I'm solidly Protestant. Our church is a Presbyterian church, and there is authority. You can look at the case study between Mark Driscoll and Scott Sauls. Google Scott Sauls, pastor of a church in Nashville, and then listen to the rise and fall of Mars Hill. And you have two different polities set up within the church. You have an independent congregation that's led by a CEO, and then you have a church that is in a presbytery that has a presbyterial authority over it. It also has a session of elders, and if the session of elders couldn't deal or discipline with the pastor that was in authority, it actually went up to the presbytery, and then the presbytery actually disciplined Scott Sauls and put him on administrative leave. So, you know, that's a polity. I mean, there's different polities, but I mean, you can look at those two case studies as fairly recent examples of what happens in the kind of like CEO modern frame of startup church culture and church growth and all that stuff, and how those came and played out. Acts 29, which was what Mars Hill was associated with, didn't actually have quote unquote any authority over Mark Driscoll. They had influence and encouragement, and then they actually for a while didn't want to deal with him because it was kind of getting nasty. And so, you know, so I think that's part of it. But like, no, you don't have to convince me to be Protestant. There's a lot of really great liturgy in Protestant.
Yeah,
tradition.
I think that our high church friends are going. They're going to question that whole idea of authority. Like, what do you mean authority? Like, at the end of the day, if what's his name didn't care what the presbytery has to say, and he knows that like 80% of the congregation is going to follow him to his next arena. What does authority even mean? Like, there seems to be an expected and required pre-submission by the flock to to authority structures that, unless you see them as ordained by God, there is no justifiable reason to submit to them. Like
Well-
the one comes before the other, and so it's kind of like it seems like we're saying it requires a step of faith to say that I'm going to trust that God placed me here under these men for reasons, and so I'm going to submit to them.
Here's
But
a
it's a
case
different
study.
process when you're trying to pick them in, right?
Mars Hill doesn't exist anymore, and the Church Scott Saul pastors still exist, and he isn't, and he couldn't just hop to another. He was ordained within the denomination. He couldn't just hop to another one and start pastoring across town if he was going to stay in the denomination. And so that's also a question about that. But it's an institutional, like his church is part of like a local institution. You know, there's a school attached to it. There's all sorts of things, and so I think that's also a piece of how different structures foster different levels of accountability and versus others. I think it's real. It's kind of meta. It's not like individualized, and it's not perfect everywhere. I just think that those things do play into part of it.
I don't really know about that stuff. I wanted to say something, which is that, you know, think about, okay, is there an ideal person or whatever we were saying? Yeah, it is. It's JC. It's the man himself, right? That's the ideal person. And what did he do? He just was surrounded by people all the time, annoying people, you know. Like the ones that liked him didn't understand him, and the ones that didn't like him wanted to kill him. And he still was just around these people all the time. But then, it's like at the end of his life, he's like, I've earnestly desired to have this meal with you. And it was like, it was a pleasure he had. And, it's like, that's the reason you go to church, so you can commune, because when all that other stuff goes, all this drama and stuff, it's going to be there. And you go there to commune with well,
That's what we needed.
Any sermon.
Thanks, Mark.
Well,
Thank you.
what is communion is to be known, actually. And I would say to Cece's question is go to church to be known in your sin and to be known in your righteousness.
Just go when they're having communion, drink the wine, eat the bread, say some prayers, and that's it. Like some days you're known, some days you're not. Some days I go, I get involved in the drama. Some days I go and I just leave afterwards, and all I do is take communion and sing a couple songs. Can't pay attention to the sermon. I don't really like. Sometimes it's very deep, and sometimes it's very shallow. It's just you just go though.
I think that works for some people, Mark. Like a good friend of mine in the corner, well, McMonos, Dave W., who lives down there. He's an Orthodox guy, and he says, like he said that a lot to me before. He's a pretty introverted guy, but he'll say, I don't go to church for friends. He's like, I don't really know anybody there. I go there for the sacraments. He goes, does the liturgy, does the sacraments, and leaves. He doesn't get his friendship at church, and I don't think you necessarily have to. My point is like that works for some people. If you want to take one experience of church that's positive and then absolutize it for everyone and not have empathy for people who have a different experience, I think you're.
No, I'm saying that sometimes you do have friends, but sometimes all you have at church is enemies.
Sure.
Like, and it just be that way because I'm saying, like, think of how Jesus was. There were times where all he wanted to do was just get away from these people. And they just kept following him around.
Right, but like my experience in my last Protestant church, I always went to Protestant evangelical churches that were very intellectual and had certain commitments around sola scriptura and different things and being Berean and searching the scriptures and doing all that. Like that was a huge spiritual part of the church. The problem was I did that, and at the end of the day, they just didn't like the conclusions that I had and didn't want to talk to me about it anymore. And so at some point it got to where it was like unresolvable. Like either I need to shut up and stop talking about it, which isn't in keeping with their supposedly held beliefs that you should search the scriptures together and talk about it and communally discern these things. And so then what can I do in that situation? If I stay at that church, I'm not remaining faithful to their tenets and to their intellectual, like all the stuff that they profess to believe. I'm just going there and shutting up. Like, what am I participating in then?
And that's what I would say, like, part about the incarnation is, especially if those churches weren't like frequenting other embodied practices, you didn't have anything else but the ideas to hold on to. And so that's why I think that that has to be contended with, just because Mark S's point about just going and like going through his liturgy and taking the sacrament, the idea part, you know, like, I don't know, you know, and then
that works at a blue church. That will work in like a blue church mainline denomination. That'll work.
Yeah. And so that, but otherwise, if it's just kind of, to use Paul's term, heads on a stick without bodies, then if your head isn't the right, you know, in the right place, then you don't have any, and that's, you know, that's the quote unquote, I don't even know if I want to say it because it's just going to cause more problems in the conversation. But
could I ask, you don't have to answer, but could I ask you, Luke, why did you convert to Orthodoxy? Because as I understand it, it's Orthodox and Catholic that participation in the church, in all the sacraments, is required for salvation. So that's good reason to join. That's a good reason to become Orthodox or Catholic, if you believe that. But if you don't believe that, then the question is I'm wondering, why did you join?
I think the most simple two reasons to say, I've talked about this other places, was my wife basically just said, we can't keep going to this church because because I can't compartmentalize really well. Like it affected me too much. I care about this stuff way too much. And so it was affecting the rest of our life really adversely. Like I was upset all the time. And she's like, we can't keep going to this church if it's going to make my daily life with you unpleasant. And so that was part of it. and I still, to some degree, like I take that as like I feel guilt about that. Like that was my bad, you know, like I wasn't good enough to just be okay there. And the other part of it was I had just read enough and researched enough. This is kind of before, I mean, it's a little bit into YouTube podcasts and things where I was exposed. So it was a very intellectual Protestant move. I had been exposed to Orthodox theology, and I said that theology is the way that I've always understood God. And so I moved for the right theology. It wasn't for the beauty of the liturgy. It wasn't for any of that stuff because I didn't know any of that stuff yet. And still, culturally, it's not mine. I still am more moved by an strong evangelical worship service than by the liturgy.
As the Lord intended, But I have a good idea for a game. I want to hear our best attempts at Steelmans. So I want Tayo to Steelman, being airy-fairy Orthodox like Luke. I want Luke to Steelman, being an evangelical Protestant. And I want Mark Parker to Steelman, being a fundamentalist. And I want Christian to Steelman, being a liberal Episcopalian. And then I'll try to just, when I've heard you guys, I'll try to synthesize it and make it a Steelman pitch for Cece so she can clip it and return to it when she wants to go to church.
She likes it.
CC, come back. CC, come back and join the stream.
CC, come back.
I would like her to judge our steel manning because
you can blame it all on Mark.
How much you want to bet she'd get a killer critic? Tell us how good or bad.
Yeah, she probably could. She probably could be a good judge. Mm-hmm. So, oh wait, nobody Steelman Catholicism. Shoot, I
That's
did
you.
mean.
That's
I
I
you,
can agree
did
with
once.
that.
All right, I'll steal man Catholicism. I'll steal man Catholicism.
I feel like what's so funny is Tayo thinks I'm so like anti-Protestant. I basically dunk on Orthodoxy all the time and talk about the positives of Protestantism. Whatever.
It's a game. It's a game. You don't have to take it that seriously, Luke. It's just a game, man.
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
All right, should I go? If you're ready to, I wanted Tayo to go first.
Nah.
I'm waiting. He didn't want to.
Tayo.
I'll play.
All right.
I'll play. Steel Manning being a liberal Episcopalian. That's a good one for me. Basically, because I think the strongest pull for that has to do with, a version of compassion that deals with people on the margins. And, so I think there was a time where that the people on the margins weren't dominating the culture until recently. And they weren't seen and weren't heard and didn't have a place to work out some really difficult things. That would be the best version of that, I think, that I could say. So I won't do the counter argument. I'll leave it at that.
That was sick. Great job. Perfect first steel man. And I agree. It's better for the weirdos to have a church to go to, for them to be cast out into the wilderness. If those leftist freaks have to congregate somewhere, it might as well be Episcopalian, where they might hear the gospel every so often. I totally agree. Tayo, are you ready? Or Mark, you said that you had something in the chamber. All jokes aside, really well done, Christian. That was a great icon of charity.
That was very good, Christian, and you did very well resisting the urge to give the opposite side, which is what I'm struggling with. Hence why I'll tell Mark, you go next. You get something build up.
I really wanted to hear Tayo and Luke, but I can give it a shot. Well, how fundamentalist do you want me to be? I mean,
Like
I've never
King
been
James only.
what is it, Westboro Baptist? I've never been that far.
As much as you
like Southern Baptist.
Don't play the full. Yeah, don't play the full fool.
Okay, so just kind of mainline fundamentalism, like say Southern Baptist Church I grew up in, or yeah, that sounds right. Well, if you believe that the Bible is the Word of God, and you must believe its claims, and you must take its warnings seriously. And those warnings are clear. You must be born again. You must be born of the water and of the Spirit to be saved. What would a man give to save his soul? What are you willing to sacrifice to have eternal life? Are you going to be like the people in Noah's day, banging on the outside of the ark while the deluge is pouring in when it's too late? Are you going to take advantage of this precious one lifetime you have on earth to respond to God's call? It scared me to go up front and get born again. It's probably still a good reason to get born again. And if you don't believe it, then why don't you believe it? Because Scripture also says we're slaves to sin outside of Christ. So you can't even trust your own judgment. All you can do is trust the call of God. And if you feel that call of God in your heart, you should respond to it. If you don't, you risk hardening your heart like Pharaoh and assuring your own damnation.
Q Inside Out. 1,000 times I failed, still your mercy.
How was that? Did that sound fundamentalist? I guess crickets. I didn't do very well.
No, I'll wait for someone else to respond because I was too busy.
Mark.
I didn't
sizing
burden you
myself
with
my
your.
Tayo's making a 5-point sermon.
No, I'm
Um,
just trying to exercise myself of my
demons.
Yeah, demons.
No,
But
Mark was good. The only thing I was thinking was it felt like to me you were putting it on. Like I didn't believe it.
Of course, I was putting it on.
Wow.
Just
Can't
like
believe it.
Christian is no rainbow Jesus.
No, but I believe Christian believed what he said about the yeah. Anyway,
Listen, I'm just being
I
honest.
wasn't.
Like,
I had the
Don't
fake
you worry.
sincerity too.
This is a
Come
tough
on.
game. This is a tough game, and
I'll
it
go
is made
next.
tougher by bald people like Luke. And I'm sure
me.
Phoebus will watch this back and think we all did horrible jobs too. But we can't. We got to keep the angry bald men out of our brains.
Oh,
Mark, I thought you did amazing. I thought that was excellently done. I also will confess that my wife did call me as soon as you started, and so I was actually talking to
didn't
her
hear
for
any of
most
it.
of it.
On
But
deaf ears. On deaf ears. This is
Oh,
it. I'm
Lord.
casting my seed on stony soil.
seed before swine. That's the phrase, right? Seed before swine. All right, Tayo, you've had enough time, dude. You gotta go.
I will. Don't worry, Mark. I'm about to make you look a lot better. I was trying to think whether I wanted to. It would have been easy for me to steelman the Eastern Orthodox people that were born into it, Cradle Eastern Orthodoxy, but I will actually attempt to steelman the convert into Orthodoxy. I think,
Good luck.
given thank you, I need it. Given modernity and scientism's old on the West, and the secular formation, and also influenced in the church of ideas and beliefs being about subscribing to doctrines, and whether or not you're a part of the fold is determined by whether or not you tick yes next to your statement of belief. I think that is an impoverished understanding of Christianity. And if growing up, that's the entirety of what the Christian faith is to you, I can completely understand why the Eastern tradition that offers a more embodied participation is extremely appealing, as well as the story, the myth. The myth of Christianity is better represented in Orthodoxy by the retelling of the stories of the saints. So with all of this, I can see it being appealing and a good move for someone that grew up there. And now I'm resisting, like Christian, the urge to go the opposite direction, so I'll mute myself.
B minus.
Oh, that's harsh.
I'll take it. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I'll take that.
Am I up? Who am I supposed to be steel manning again? Evangelicals?
Well, hold on. I think Christian, Mark, what did we think about Tayo's? Do you agree with the B minus assessment? What did we think? I thought it was pretty good.
I did too. I thought I would say that yeah, if those are the kind of the genuine thing, I think like Luke usually points out that a lot of it's even for himself, like his own critique on himself, that it's kind of like a mind, like the propositional mind shift or whatever is a critique, and he in a certain way he didn't go there, so I thought that was good.
All right, Luke, you're up, and then I will steelman Catholicism. Neil, you won't get out that easy. You've got to steelman being a weird fundamentalist Christian absurdist in the wilderness and not going back to church ever, but continuing to follow.
Yeah,
You've got to steelman.
That's a good one for Neil. Yeah.
Steelman the desert.
It's a good test of how well I know McMo. So go.
We'll see if you're really my friend or if you're
But
just
apparently
using me.
Luke Thompson wants you to fake sincerity too. So you gotta not just steel man it. You got to pretend you
Doesn't want you
believe
to
it
fake
and
it. That's
sell
what
it.
you did, Mark. You
Is
didn't
that an
want
AI
It's just a
generated?
pro felicity workout, Mark. You just got to flex the
Hey,
muscle a little bit.
I'm
He's
old,
Luke
man. I'm old and
Thompson.
stiff. I
yeah.
have no flexibility.
Luke was. I thought Luke was incredibly uncharitable for calling you out like that. But I'm hoping he can do much better. Even though he was 100% right, you're not the best actor. But that wasn't. There's no rules to this game. It's just for fun. Like let's just keep it rolling here. Luke, come on, man. Give it up for the big Evas.
So
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Now you're really looking like you're cooking meth back there,
right.
man. It's just like you got full Walter White. All right.
Jesse Pinkman.
That is so cool.
So I think I'm trying to not do a generic one because I really do believe at the end of the day that people are where they need to be to bring in like some Kalia rivet stuff. And if they could see a place of being, like if they could imagine being somewhere else or changing, they would, if they thought it was truly better and they felt themselves authentically doing it, they would change. So I think largely evangelicals who go to church with what they've been given, who aren't converts, who grew up with it, they go and they attend because they get a legit sense of community there, and they're drawn in, and it appeals to them either intellectually in certain ways or spiritually, emotionally, in like charismatic Pentecostal ways. And I feel like those things are all legitimate. Like if people thought that it wasn't good for them, they wouldn't go. And so in some sense that's real, because I think Christ plays in lots of different places. And so I'm not going to be able to objectively steel man any position because I don't believe in objectivity. So, but I think the people who are there need to be there or else they wouldn't be there.
That's at most a C, because you said it was good for them. Good for them.
Man,
it's the same for me. If you're going to take steel manning as like pretending like their position is objective, I can't play your game.
dude, just play the game, bro. You don't have to put on shades and be cooler than us and be like, oh man, this doesn't make any.
These are like,
I'm gonna make a meta critique of the game instead of steel manning the people who kicked me out.
I thought mine was the hardest one, guys. Come on.
Mark.
No.
Mark, great, Luke. What do you?
It's easier to steel man your enemy than it is to steel man your brother. That's the difficulty. And Luke knows.
No, older, I'll give Luke like a C for Stillman, and it's an A+ for sincerity, because I do believe that he believes everything that he said about them. So there's that. I think it leaned way into the sincerity and less into the Stillman. But that's Luke Thompson for us.
Thank you very much, Ups, for the donation. Despite Luke's maybe C- attempt at a steel man, a beautiful move, but not within the rules of the game. But we appreciate that here. But Ups also appreciates it, obviously. And Rod saying, careful with all this steel manning. Yeah,
I don't understand why. Like, I feel like Rod's being earnest, and I don't understand why.
Yeah, come on in, Rod, and explain.
Well, we'll have him steel man while steel manning is the dangerous game. After Neil, you go, because I'm not in a good place to give a soliloquy or a purposeful one. But you go first, and then I'll, if you don't mind. If not, I can cut to branding, and it does look like we have some more guests. But I can steel man the Catholic Church. I just need to collect my thoughts a little longer.
I'm gonna steel man Christian absurdism. No, I think I can do it. And I have no notes on this except what I took down 30 seconds ago, which is I'm going to summarize it by your grace is enough. Is that nobody can choose their beliefs. It is absurd. The church, the house that we're born into, the family we're born into, whether it's a broken family, whether it's a intact, wonderful family, it's absolutely absurd. We have no control over it. Even this thing called life, below an all-powerful God where we are nothing but dust and spirit, is absurd. And obviously, if God wants to get our attention, he's going to get our attention. And everything we go through in life is for a purpose, including the wilderness and including the times where we are not feeling called to anything, even times where we begin to lose hope. Never faith, but hope. And when God is ready to make his move, God is ready to make his move. And it's up to us to each individually be discerners of the Holy Spirit and discern as best we can for ourselves, but also for those we love, because that's who we're here for. Ultimately, we're here for God's children. And when it's time for each of us to be moved according to his will, his purpose, on behalf of those he loves, he's going to move us. And that's called faith. And it all starts with the grace of God. So that's my steel man of Mr. McMoseph.
We'll be exploring the philosophy of Søren Kierkegaard.
Let's see if I can summon McMo. Kierkegaard!
Summon McMo. All you have to do is say Kierkegaard.
Talk about Kierkegaard. So.
Yeah.
Søren Kierkegaard was a brilliant, gloomy, anxiety-ridden, often hilarious Danish 19th century philosopher.
Kierkegaard's philosophy is a reaction to the Hegelian.
But before any of that, well done, Neil. You guys know the rules. You come on looking like this. Come on looking fly like this. You get the full screen. No matter what. What's up, Lance? How are you, sir?
Kierkegaard, absurdism. I'm here. I came on. I had to steel man my boy Christian. I've just been out here looking at it, and I think first off, I think the answer is it's all the things, right? Christ is everywhere present, filling all things. Some people go out to the desert, and that's their calling, right? And but I one of the things I think is a crisis that the Protestant church and listen, I believe this. Protestantism is going to determine Christianity in the United States over the next 50 years just because of just size and everything else. I mean, maybe you could make a case for Catholicism. Orthodoxy is just not going to be big enough. But I think one of the things that I think is a real crisis that we're getting ready to head with the fall of the main line and the denomination, man, that's a massive thing, because denominations being a pastor is freaking hard. Like there's all this burnout. There's everything that goes on there. There's a lot of support that comes on in training up and equipping denominational pastors. It's pastoral care, right? There's a lot of support that's given there. You're given a lot of the tools. There's a sharedness just in terms of even if you get in the financial piece, just that everyone together can kind of rise up. But I think it comes down to that discipline piece too. It used to be that if you went to your let's just say Methodist church in your town and you at least identified as Methodist, if there was a scandal with the pastor or something went on, that pastor could be removed and you could stay in the church, right? And there was this sense of the people, they kind of owned their little locality and they weren't going to leave. I mean, if the problem was the pastor was the one who needed to go. Now that could be bad if you've got a bad group, but I don't think that was more generally the case, because I think the laity kind of holds up the norms because they know, and it is, and the same thing exists in the Orthodox Church. Paul mentioned it, the same thing in Reformed Church. It's like the faithful grandmas are the ones that will ensure that things are moving in the right direction. So when I think about you, McMo, and you're in your wilderness time, I totally get that. I think that's part of where your journey is right now. And that's okay. But for us as individuals, community, there is something about coming together into the body, sharing together, coming into community, into the church, and liken it to an ark or something like that. And that's there's safety in the community. That I think you can go it alone, but it's dangerous to go things alone. It really, it's a place that there's a lot of freedom, but it can be a scary place. And so having spent time in the non-denominational world, the house church planting group that I was a part of basically had to split up over leadership and money, and 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 the leader was actually a wonderful person, but had kind of a blind spot, and then that caused a bunch of those churches to not exist anymore, right? And then like my kids got caught up in that, and they were doing this youth group stuff, and that kind of fell apart. And some of my kids gravitated over to K-Life. Others just my stepdaughters kind of drifted away. So I think church is important, but I also what I really look at, which I think is going to be a crisis, is the loss of denominations as you talked about the polity Christian or whatever. Like it provides some safety against some of the abuses and like all the hurts and everything else that people talked about. So anyway, my 2 cents. I was feeling you, Christian. I wanted to steel man you a little bit.
2 cents, more like $200. If you got a lot to say, you know what to do. Just come on with some sunglasses and the ghost of Kierkegaard behind you, and you'll get the red carpet laid out for you. Good grief! You know we're playing billiards over here, and you're wanting to play soccer. This is great stuff, you know. But as far as a steel man goes, I'm not quite sure what you were steel manning. But I mean, not to take away from the soliloquy, but we've got more guests with things to say. I think the game might be over. But Chad in the private comment said he wanted to go at steel manning. Mark's now got his hood up with not sunglasses, but what appears to be maybe blue light glasses. I'll give Mark the floor, but not the solo layout. You know, the sunglasses are the more important aspect of the hood sunglass combo.
It's too hot for this.
I also appreciate the effort. So the floor is yours, Mr. Mark.
So I can't talk about church because I know nothing. What I thought might be interesting is to talk about how I came to God. Would that interest anyone?
Yep, but we're going to have to leave that as a teaser since we're right in the middle of a little game here where we're all steel manning the same thing. So you're not going to derail me from my stream so easily, Mr. Jackson, all the way from Tbilisi. I don't care how late it is. Chad, Mark, Rod, any of you guys got steel mans for church denominations you don't agree with, or have we lost the magic? Do we just need to go to the open forum where we know we drop the kayfabe and the points that don't matter? Is the game over, guys, or do you guys still want to play?
Well, I'm
What's
here
Chad
to talk.
got to say? Who's Chad going to steel man?
I'll let Chad go first, but I'm just here to defend my trolling in the comments.
We'll allow it. Chad, you're up.
He's got the shades.
Hello?
Oh shoot, he's got the shades. That you know what that means?
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Or no? Okay. So I'm going to steel man the straw man because it's important to steel man the straw man. So the reason why you have the straw man is because reality is fickle, and the the landscapes that which we inhabit are dangerous, and we can't see everything that needs to be seen to stay safe. So my limited understanding of the world that I critique is as best as I have sometimes, because all I have to really do is look at like how the world is falling apart around me, and whatever threats are near are coming after what I care about most. And the best way to convey those messages is through the straw man, to protect my family, my friends, my church, my society. And so, therefore, the straw man is 100% necessary. And that is my soliloquy on the steel manning of the straw man.
Can't hear him. Can't figure out how to make him louder.
Is it my turn?
Go for it, Rod.
I think it's,
Um,
you should have turned the Bluetooth off before you go on.
So, can you guys hear me? Am I still here? Do I exist? So there was a few things that I was saying in the comments that I should probably defend, but I'll start with the last one first because I was saying careful with the straw manning, in a lighthearted way. But it was quickly coming out that in the effort to straw man something, the first thing that the audience is going to evaluate is how convincingly you did it. And that's going to immediately point to whether it was quote unquote believable or not. In other words, do you believe it? And it's something is not really believable until I believe that you believe it. And so the question of belief goes right to the heart, I would say, particularly of Protestantism. And I think it's the reason why boundaries get policed the way they do, because you very quickly get into a position where you're policing whether or not someone believes what they're supposed to believe. And you're evaluating, how convincing they are. So that I think that's the evolution of the creeds, basically, is we're not going to claim to know what's in your heart. Just say these words and to prove you believe it. And so that's kind of what I was saying on the estuary yesterday, which is the real test of your beliefs is, can you face death without fear, for example? Because if you believe what you say you believe, well, then you're actually looking forward to the hereafter. You're looking forward to, life everlasting and so forth, right? So there's a way in which belief cuts right to the core of, essentially religious practices. And so when you're steel manning, you're playing with something really powerful, which is belief.
I'm not sure I understand. If I try to repeat back what you said, is essentially in order to maybe meaningfully or believably, like for other people to believe you're steel man, you have to believe the other people really believe what they're saying?
Well, I wasn't challenging the game. I think the game is fun. My comment was mostly lighthearted. What I was getting at, though, is that it points to something I think that's actually quite important, which is that in the game of playing that you believe something that you don't believe, right? Which is basically what you're doing. It's a fun game. Let's take people who are on the opposite side of something and let's make them defend it, right?
I didn't see that as being the game. I thought the game was more not so much of trying to believe what you don't believe, more so having empathy for someone that believes something different to you, and empathy in the sense of putting yourself in their shoes and reasoning how they could come to that position.
Well, I agree with you, Teo, except, yes, because what happened next was we immediately started evaluating how credible it was based on whether or not it was quote unquote believable, which is, and of course, underneath that is the question is, do you believe it, right? And of course, the whole exercise of steel manning is you don't actually believe it. You're just trying to make the best case for the other side. So it's a kind of synthetic belief, right? But the only reason I was saying is careful with this, guys, because you're actually, it's a fun game, but you're actually pointing at something really profound, which is the whole question of belief that sits underneath all of these schisms.
Yeah, I don't know, because a lot of what my thing is, and I include myself in this. This is a huge Peter Rollins thing. People don't know what they believe. Like, to me, your conscious self-identity and how you relate your identity to those said beliefs is ego, I think, like 100%. And that doesn't mean it's wrong. Your ego can sometimes be right, but very often ego is driven by, where I say ego is often not right with truly belief is when it's driven by fear. True ego is driven by love. False ego is driven by fear. That's kind of the broad way that I see it. And so, like, if you I don't know. I think a lot of times people think they believe things because they're suppressing the truth and unrighteousness, and there's alternatives that they actually believe, but they're too scared to admit it to themselves.
Well, I thought Neil's comment about you can't choose your beliefs is an important piece of this, right?
Yeah.
Because of course I agree with that. My point is that the question of belief sits underneath the entire conversation, right? And it's the reason why it's simultaneously foolish to police people's beliefs and, as you would say, Luke, demonic. This is what institutions do in order to create a kind of a false sense of solidarity. Is if I can get everybody to put up a black square, or if I can get everybody to recite a certain creed, then we can at least have the pretense that we're all on the same page. And of course, policing that creates a kind of solidarity, or at least the feeling of solidarity. So what you're really doing is you're coercing, in some cases, people to say they believe, which is different than believing, right? What you actually believe is, to Neil's point, I think the point he's making, is that belief is not really something that you choose. To PBK's point, it's more like falling in love, right? Belief is something much more profound. But to put it on as a cloak, or to LARP it, or whatever, however you were going to talk about that, in any way you introduce artifice into that, either through coercion or through essentially cloaking yourself in virtues so as to appear to be more acceptable to other people. However you do it, the extent to which belief is not something that is core to the religious experience. It's something more like a cloak you wear.
There's a way in which you're using belief that I'm struggling to grasp. When you say believe, are you saying believe this to be true, or believe this to be good, or I trust this to be an accurate testimony of this position?
Well, here's where Peterson's thing about belief, meaning, it's what you do, right? It's what you act out. I think that is a sort of, it's certainly true, but it's only partially true. I don't think it fully explains the issue of belief, right? Because, in other words, it's a necessary but inadequate. It doesn't cover all aspects of belief, I guess is what I'm getting at. And that's why I said what I did yesterday. It's like, watching my father die, a very, very religious man who, you'd have a hard time finding somebody who was not more sure of his beliefs, right? And if he really believed what he said he believed, then he would be. This is my provocation anyway, is that he would be he would act very differently as he came to meet his maker. And so belief is not just action, it's also a kind of orientation, right? My point is, it is maybe the most profound aspect of the question. That's why the word is such a big word.
I would bring in the idea related to what sometimes happens and is conflated to equating belief with certainty. And like, I don't know about in the situation with your dad, with your father or anything, but I don't know if for me belief is a type of certainty all the time. And I think that's where it's like because someone also brought up the word trust in the chat, but like, is trusting somebody, say like in your church, mean that you are certain that they are going to come through like for you or in a situation? I think it means you believe that they will, but it doesn't mean that you're certain that they will. And I don't know if any of that made sense. It just was kind of like swirling around in my head. But and to even go back to the earlier point about some of the biggest problems I think that we're dealing with, Lance brought it up, but even with when I jumped into this conversation related to what's, I guess I didn't know Cece's question, but is serious implications about trust in community. And that and the other piece of it being that like with Rod's point on Peterson, belief is what you do. I would say belief isn't only what you do, but it's also just like with this kind of collective cognition type stuff, it's also who you're with. Like your belief is also who you're with in a certain way. Like it's um and then to bring in with the point that Tyle kind of talked about, that kind of struck me as we were talking about all this stuff is I think what the TLC kind of exists in a certain kind of way, as we were just sitting here in this, was making me think that it kind of exists trying to point at the good. It doesn't always exist. It can't exist to point at the true, because you have all the different confessions represented or non-confessions represented. And it tries to point at the good. And
You separate the good from the true and the beautiful.
they're not present here. I just think that there's like emphases in different places.
Chad comes in and saves the stream.
Can I just? I think you've got belief all wrong, all of you. Sorry.
Educators, Mark.
Hot take
Sorry?
coming in quick. Give it to us, Mark. Let us have it. Come on. Don't be shy.
I don't know who I read this from, but I read someone say belief is to love something without rhyme or reason. And I really like that. And I think it's right, but it can't be done unconsciously. You have to consciously love someone to believe them. You don't fall in love, you rise in love. And any good husband on the screen knows this. You rise up to meet your wife, your children. It's not a falling, it's a rising. And it's consciously done. Belief is a conscious thing.
Well, I'm talking about it mostly in the context of this boundary policing that goes on between all the various sections, the various schisms of the Christian church, which is the context of where we started. And we're playing this game about playing different roles and pretending that you are, you're trying to make the best case for something that you don't actually quote unquote believe in, right? That's the context that I'm using it in. And my only point of saying, well, in a sense, while it's a fun game, you might be playing with a fairly heavy thing, because belief is the best word I have. Trust, yes. Faith, yes. Actions, yes. I mean, those are all aspects of it. But why on earth would you have a creed that you're required to say in order to fully participate in a group? Why would the group police those words? Because what you've accomplished is you said, in order to be a part of this community, you have to say these words. And, kind of like Peterson's, explosion onto the scene, he's like, don't put your words in my mouth, right? So if you have an organizational structure that depends on saying you believe, that's different than actually believing. That was basically the point I was making.
May I just attempt?
Agreed.
The Christian faith is a very complex and confusing, intoxicating experience, and it's not easy to have the word at time to be able to explain what it is that's you're participating in. And I think it's very useful, and praise God for it, that 2,000 years of history has encountered different people to be able to put into words what that is. And it will be prideful of anyone to want to chuck that all away. And I don't think that's what you're saying, but I'm pointing to the need for the boundary policing, as you phrased it, to be able to say, this is what it is that makes us, this is what we believe, this is what we identify with. These statements express the relationship and the covenant that I've entered into by making Christ my Lord and Savior. That's a very Christianese way of explaining that, but the boundary policing is a negative spin on.
Well,
you need boundaries.
But the Council of Nicaea was essentially a political solution. The emperor convened the council, and I'm sure everybody there couldn't easily forget who had convened it, because it was, after all, the emperor, right? and I jokingly said something in the comments recently. Was it the original WEF? Right? Was, this is essentially an empire that was trying to maintain a kind of political stability, and this was hashed out very much in the same way that the founding fathers of America hashed it out. Right? The words were parsed, sentences were added and subtracted. This is very much a political process, and once everyone agreed that this is what we're going to say, that settles it, and no more troublemakers, right? And so, the blessed martyr Michael Servetus learned that even though they were supposedly following the same Christ, he actually paid with his life because he didn't, quote unquote, believe, and was willing to, publish pamphlets and speak out publicly, and it cost him his life. That's what I mean by boundary policing.
I guess the question is, what is the boundary between religion and politics? As well, related to all of this, because sometimes part of the question is like, are they distinct from one another? Is it, or is it all reality or all creation? I guess.
I think as a Christian, I read the history of how the council came about and what the fruit of it in more of a spiritual and part of, the will of God is done sort of thing. However, it's important, like Rod said, to not forget that there is a political aspect to it. For example, CRC Synod, it's all PVK's last video about Synod is the new politics of how they're coming to decisions. And that's always a role. But God uses that in a Christian perspective, again, because I'm a Christian, I can't escape that frame. God uses all of that for his sake, including for Sam still exists. Sam's not a Trinitarian. He's still in the corner, and somehow God in his wisdom has sustained that strain of Christianity. But I do very much take your point, Rod, of there have been accounts of very strong boundary policing in the history of Christianity, and all religions in general. I'm not sure. What would be the alternative? Sorry, Neil, go on.
I want to address my thoughts on what Rod's talking about, boundary policing. And okay, I am going to navel gaze, but bear with me, guys. Bear with me. Give me 2 minutes.
Permission granted.
Okay, so imagine that you've got 2 reasons to be part of a body. You have the compulsory reason because everyone's part of the body. And then you have the attraction reason because you really want to be part of that body. It could be a sports team, could be a family. You're automatically part of the body. People want you in the body. It's compulsory, so you're in the family. Or maybe you really want to make the team, so you do everything in your power to make the team so you could be part of the body. So imagine that the centered nature of religion imagine the centered attraction of religion ebbs and flows over time. Imagine that's not constant. So imagine within Catholicism, the attraction to the Eucharist ebbs over time. Or imagine that the belief, the average belief in people that theology will cure their ailments of their mind or spirit ebbs and flows over time. So then you have the development of psychology, you have mesmer, you got hypnosis, you have that a certain segment of the population, and at first it's bell curves. So that segment of the population that, let's say, believes more in science, it's like the Tinkerbell effect. They are attracted to the thing that provides them sustenance, that provides them the ability to live and work. And we just, Ups and Ethan and I just talked about this a little bit. So imagine we are now in a time, and historically speaking, when the center weakens, in the church splits. That's what happens, because basically the church says, oh, we have a new center. This is the center. And then people are like, oh, that's right. That is the new center. And there's a gravity, there's an attraction toward that new center. So Luther is like, no, we've got the new center. And then Calvin's like, no, look at our center. Here, this is the center. And it goes and it goes and goes. and then you go all the way down to the church where the church breaks, the mega church breaks, or and then so you get to a point where you even lose faith in the individual. Like the final limit of that is the center is an individual, like a charismatic dude, the Mars Volta guy that Christian keeps talking about. No, sorry, Mars Hill. That's a punk rock joke. You had to be there. So once you lose faith in the individual, then what? Then where's the gravity center? And so you have the borders. Thank you, Luke. Thanks for that. You have the borders that are getting stronger than ever at a time and a place where the border doesn't mean anything because people can freely leave the border. So they clamp down, and the tendency is to clamp down, but it doesn't do anything. It just pushes people out more quickly. And I think the magic of this place, so the navel gazing, the thing, I am super attracted to TLC because of this centered, like what is there to deconstruct? If an individual, so if it turns out that Luke Thompson is like a major player and he's sleeping with 50 people, and it's like, oh man, there goes Grail Country, like there goes the reputation, but the TLC will survive, you know, if that happens. Because
what about my wife?
No, instant legendary status. What are you talking about?
But you get what I'm saying, right? So you can whack-a-mole individuals. And that's been the last 20 years of deconstruction in all aspects of life, in corporate life, in religious life. It's like everyone has this faith in the individual, and then it turns out, oh, they're flawed and broken, and yeah, okay, we got to move on to the next individual. And so what happens if you go all the way down where you just lose faith in the individual savior as such? Where do you go? What's the desire? Yeah, I mean, you end up in hedonism because the only thing you're certain of is, oh, you know, I want this thing right now. That's my identity. The thing I want now. I can trust that because that's within me right now.
Well, and remember, my premise was careful when you play with this question, right? It was not to debunk or dismiss it. It was, if anything, the opposite. It was to say, this is actually a very big question. And of course, it explains why people fight about it. It explains, like, I made a comment in McMo's rando, like, can you imagine, anybody here imagine an institution that would uninvite someone like Sam or Luke or McMo? I mean, what were they thinking? Right? But these
it's
are
easier with me.
These are supposedly institutions of you know, the Almighty, right?
Yeah, I think Neil, to your point, is also that what happens whenever I think it swings all the way back to like the pendulum swings all the way from what's after the individual is, in a certain sense, there's an impulse to swing back to the institution. And I get, maybe the question you're talking about is like, is there something meta beyond that? Is there the metagelical or whatever? But then the other thing that brought out was well, maybe I've lost it, but swinging back to the institution versus the deconstruction of the individual. I guess I'll leave it at that. I forgot where I was going after that.
You're possibly helping me, because I will often kind of muse out loud as to why am I here exactly, because you know, you guys all know a lot more about religion and theology and all that, but here I am, right? And you know, where I had kind of settled was, I like getting to the heart of the matter. I like talking about serious things in serious ways, and I'd encountered a whole bunch of people who take life seriously. And even if your level of analysis might not be exactly mine, or might not be quite adequate for me, or whatever, I still appreciate the fact that you guys are here and that I can do this with you, right? That's kind of where I've gotten to. But just, you know, to take it maybe just one more step, it's, in a sense, TLC is modeling what I'm describing, which is, you know, there probably is a through line to what we all believe here that you could say about me and everybody on this screen, right? The ones who do and don't attend church and so forth, right? I'm not going to claim to be able to do that, and I'm not going to try right now, but I bet you probably could, if you were good with words and you had enough experience with this group, you probably could come up with something that would describe a kind of what shall I say, universality to everybody here, right? And in so doing, you would be describing what we all believe, right?
Yeah, Rod, I think what that is the God of your own understanding. I think that's why we're all here. And combined with that Tozer quote that I love is like God, to have found God and still pursue him is the soul's paradox of love, scorned indeed by the too easily satisfied religionists, but justified and happy experience by the children of the burning heart. That's TLC, pursuing the God of your own understanding, not the confessional God. And I think while you were talking, I was also thinking of that Rumi quote that you like so much, because I just, I think that's what that is. Like, out beyond like your understanding of right doing and wrong doing and right and wrong, there's a field. I'll meet you there. Like, I think that's what it is. And I don't know. This is where I think I'm not anti-propositional. Like, I think the propositions matter, but I am not gonna fight and divide over those like my Christian inheritance forefathers have, because I want to be, and it's not going to happen right now, and I'm not going to force it because it's not my role to force it, but I want to be in the kind of church where Sam Tiedemann and Rod Hare are there.
You know what the magic of this place is? That the things of value in this place cannot be taken. They can only be given. That's it.
That's good. No, that's good.
That's another good way to say it. Yeah, it's gift. Gift economy.
How do you guys, as Christians, process? That's one of my favorite quotes. Out beyond ideas of wrongdoing and right doing, there is a field. I'll meet you there. How do you, as Christians, process that ethos? How does that land on your ears? Because that's Rumi, right? A Sufi.
Yeah, I hear it as forgiveness, even deeper than non-judgment. I hear it as forgiveness, because in forgiveness, what you've done, you're not keeping a record of wrong anymore. It doesn't matter. It's forgiven.
But it's also, we're getting an echo here. The current religion is what I think is right. That's what's right. That's the current religion, meaning that people basically are just following what they think is right in the moment. And I think something that we've all deconstructed in this space is the belief that we are necessarily right in this moment. There's a lot of self-doubt and self-reflection that leads to people being in this space.
I think it's Chad that might be echoing. But we want to hear from you, Chad.
It's not working.
It's like opposite.
He's got his speaker set to microphone.
Entered another dimension.
You dipped the chip, and then you dipped again.
So I want to say this because I'm going to go and then listen in, but if Chad gets his shit figured out. But I mean, I ultimately like this. I love the TLC of your own understanding. For all my people who don't like that term, the Jordan Peterson sphere of your own understanding. For this very reason, like the thing that we just spoke about is that is my vision of what the church is, was and is and ought to be and will be. And the reason I'm here is because I'm participating in that, in the spirit of that, as like whatever you want to call this, not the church for whatever reason, because it's not embodied, there aren't sacraments, there aren't whatever. The kinds of conversations that we have, which I take to be pretty sacred. I take conversation to be pretty sacred, meaningful, true conversation, because I think we need it for our own growth and opponent processing. I don't know where to get it at this level other than here. I don't know where. Otherwise, I wouldn't keep coming. All right. Peace, guys.
I just want to say that I don't know how the lack of distinction in a certain way with the flotilla, the corner, that's digitally able to happen at this speed, at the electron speed, or the in a certain way like the atomic speed, which we can't do with our bodies. And so I think I mean that the image of estuary is an iconic reality for what can happen here. But in that this is uh, to Neil's point, this is kind of the ultimate disintegration, to where we're kind of floating around atomically here, you know, able to, like, our electrons are able to kind of like uh, in chemistry, when they bond, we can bond here in a certain way, but then they're loose bonds, and we shoot back out into our physical embodied spaces, where we actually do need distinction. We do need order in a different kind of way. Um, and I think that that is part of the future, is that, and to Luke's point, that this is, if this is a good, that is the good, that the estuarial nature of being disintegrated down to the electron level or the atomic level here, uh, if it can be good, that is where it is best. To Neil's point, I sometimes, though, to try to like extrapolate this back onto physical embodiment, I don't think it works. And I think that the human limitations in embodied space and relationship are important and need to be considered, and that is, where in a certain way certain kind of boundaries are necessary and needed, uh, in a way that they're not needed here. So that's how I'd say that.
Is this working now?
Yeah.
Sounds good, Chad.
Okay. Yeah, I think what you guys are all saying is essentially right, but I wanted to try to answer Rod's question specifically and directly as a Christian. I my conversion was brought about by a phrase that Jesus told um, the Legion guy. So the Legion guy goes to Jesus afterwards, and he's all like, "Can I go with you?" And Jesus was like, "No, why don't you stay here and help your family and friends and tell them what the Lord did?" And that to me justifies all of this, because it doesn't tell me I have to go to my friends and tell them what they need to do. I just need to go and tell them what God did. And I don't even have to, and I can't even go with Jesus. So that to me is like kind of, and so like even like being in the church that I'm in, like I don't I don't have to have like some sort of deep understanding about like its mission statement. This is just for me personally, because like I will find fault in almost all of it, and so I like if I do that, then I just place myself on the outside. I've had enough experience in other spiritual communities where they just allow people to be where they are, and that's it. So that's how I would approach it. It's just like as a so-called Christian, like, and it also points to what Neil has said, that all these gifts they can only be given, they can't be taken. And in AA we say if you want to keep something, you have to give it away. So that's a principle that I try to live by. Uh, uh, yeah, but also the straw man is necessary.
Straw man is stereotype, and there's truth in stereotypes, and there's truth in the straw man, and they're quick. They're like memes in a way.
I just wanted to encourage Rod. I think I listened to PVK's live stream yesterday, and I love what you're trying to share. I have this sense of what you're trying to point us to is almost trying to get us out of the mind in some ways around some of these things. The one thing that I think is, like, for me, one important aspect of my life has been is that if I want to join a particular group, whether it might be a 12-step recovery group or whether it might be a church is that I have to submit to whatever that thing is, even if I don't understand. Like a lot of times, particularly, you don't understand all the things, but you decide I'm gonna join this group, and this group decides they're going to do things this way, and okay, that's cool, and I just kind of submit to that. And like, so how that looked like in when before I was able to become a pastor in my non-denominational house church stuff, they didn't believe in infant baptism, and I was baptized as a child in a Methodist church. So in order to become, so they said my baptism was insufficient. And so I had to become baptized in order to join that group. Now, I realized that. I didn't think my infant baptism was insufficient, but I also didn't argue with them or anything, because I realized this is what they believe, right? And I have chose to do community with these people. And so I just kind of submitted to it, and I decided to walk that path. I think the same thing is in some 12-step recovery groups, is like, hey, these are our steps, okay? And this is how we're going to do things around here. And there's these principles and traditions. And, you can choose to do those or not. But this is how we're going to do things around here. And you like either submit into that or you fight it, and that's the same thing in my most current journey is I can intellectually assent to a lot of things and they feel good, but how could I know all the things that they actually do believe? But I've just decided to submit and say, this is the community of people I'm going to connect to, and this is what I'm going to submit into. And this is the thing I'm going to try and walk out to the best of my, I'm doing it pretty awfully, but like, I'm just, at least I've chosen something, right? And so it's not as much all the propositional things. And one of the things I've had to, I've had some things going in my life which required me to kind of disconnect from the corner. But one of the things that has been, I'm really trying to think about, which is I have a tendency towards hubris and argument. And I have displayed many of those here in the corner. And I need to quit doing that, because it doesn't edify anyone. I certainly have things, I'm an exhorter. I want to share things that are beautiful, that I think are working and stuff like that. And I think that's good. But I think what Rod, you're trying to get at, but I think what's the spirit of this is I need to try and figure out how to walk a little better in this community, particularly when it comes around faith discussions, and get myself out of the argument mode, the embrace debate of sports talk media.
Well, I am going to have,
because I don't dialogos well. I argue.
Well, you do it well. Your legal background shows. Anybody who argues for a living, you're going to be good at it. I will have to jump here in a minute, but I appreciate the encouragement, Lance. Just to make sure, I think you guys are clear on where I'm coming from here, which is we started with this game. It was a playful thing. My comment was almost as playful, which is like, careful guys, like, are you sure you know what you're doing here? But underneath it was something a bit more substantial, which hopefully I've laid out here. And it's also why I love this place, right? I think in some ways, everybody here has contributed so much, but I really appreciate what Chad has contributed to this because of just the whole AA ethos. Sorry, I almost misspoke there. Called it AI.
AIEIO.
I know. We're all saying AI so much these days. Just that open accepting of emphasizing the human, that we're all, that's the one thing we all have in common, and trying to show up alongside people at whatever stage they are. I think people who are in crisis are probably more, it's harder for them to ignore. So a lot of the pretenses that we might use to protect ourselves have been removed by life circumstances that might facilitate that a bit. But I love what he has brought to the whole conversation, because in a sense it made room for me, even though that's not my background at all. But in a sense, I too am coming with the God of my own understanding to this conversation.
And thank you for doing it, Rod. Thanks for your contributions today and playing the game. The meta critique of the game. An excellent move. An excellent move. Not quite a checkmate, but an excellent move nonetheless. I do, though, this place has rules. And Jeff P. arriving on the scene with the shades rocking.
Yeah, I'm going to say goodbye to everybody. Thanks, McMo, for all
Bye,
you
Rod.
do. See y'all.
Bye, Rod. Jeff P., what say you, sir? Looking good.
I just heard that shades were required, so I am answering the call.
Sufficient but not necessary.
I'm out here doing yard work, and so I just wanted to jump in and throw in my half a cent, which is I come here for the people. When I see friends and people that I've met and that I can just talk to, whether it be broadcast on the entire internet or just like in offline conversations. That's the thing that I appreciate the most. It's not that the ideas aren't important or that there aren't deep things that are discussed, but it's more about the people, I suppose, for me. So in case anybody asked, I don't think anybody asked, but that's my opinion. And the only other thing that I wanted to say, McMo, is what is it that you want me to steal, man? And that's a subversive way of asking, what's the antithesis that you think of Jeff P is?
It's a good question. It's a good question.
Can I
okay,
lay
wait.
one more thing
Maybe
out? Oh,
I
sorry.
want to hear
I got
Jeff
a good one
P.
for Jeff P. I got a good one. Jeff P. What are good reasons to be argumentative and belligerent?
There you go. Oh,
I was going to say Steel Manning talking about reading all of J.R.R. Tolkien's work with a real lady instead of C.S. Lewis with a fake lady.
Not even C.S. Lewis, but Tolkien and a real person. I'll go with the first question to try and steal, man. I think it's good to be argumentative. And what was the other word that you used, Neil?
Belligerent.
Belligerent. When is it appropriate, or when is it a good thing? Was that your question?
Yeah, or why is it good?
Why is it good to be argumentative or belligerent? I would say it's good when you believe something core, particularly in the other person, is at stake. When there's something core that you see in the other person that is at threat of being lost. I think that's where some of the belligerence and the argumentativeness that I see in people who I have come to know on some level and love on some level, whenever I see that in them, I think that when it's used best, that's where it's coming from. When it's used at its worst, and I'll point to myself, y'all have probably never seen me do this. I don't think I've ever at least shown it on the internet. But when I am that way, more often than not, I am not doing it in a good way, because I am more so defending something inside of me that I am misapprehending as core, but thinking that it needs to be defended, as opposed to, no, wait a second, maybe this is, to use, I guess, a Petersonianism, some dead wood that needs to be burned away, but I'm treating it as if it's alive and as if it's one of the most important pieces of wood that is still attached to me.
Nice. One of the things I wanted to get to the question of why go to church. I can just speak for myself, and I think there probably are some of us that are like this. I think other people maybe don't need it. Is that left to my own devices and outside of fellowship, I find myself making disastrous decisions. But I'm a particular person in terms of, I'm in recovery, so that's one of those things. But it seems like coming together in community and fellowship, it is proven out in my own life, and that's faith or other sorts of groups, but particularly that and within those contexts, I always have some accountability relationships built into that, both, within inside the church or whatever. That's my life tends to go much better. It doesn't mean that tragedy doesn't strike or I get great financial gains or anything like that. But I'm of a particular person that I need fellowship and community that are for me, that are focused around love and what people that want what's best for me. And I tend to flourish in that. So for me, when the times that I have deserted from church, I've ended up drunk again. So I have a particular thing that's scary for me, but I have seen certain friends of mine who have left for whatever reason, and have found themselves on other sorts of destructive paths and decision-making. And so it's a scary place to be. However, some people are called to be out in the desert. Like I think, I shouldn't say, I'm guessing. this is just my pure speculation or whatever. I think McMo's right where he's supposed to be right now. Will he be out in the desert forever? I probably don't think so, but maybe that's his call. I don't know. And Mo has so much more integrity and intestinal fortitude that he can probably live out in the desert easier than a sinner like me.
Intestinal fortitude implies he lives in a food desert.
So I was thinking about what kind of prompts or why is a lot of this stuff kind of like salient and important? And I was thinking about something I wrote in the private chat, which is a lot of this has to do with the fluidity of the particulars, which means something um, like I have to have room for change. Also, sometimes not, But then where the particular where the fluidity of the particulars and the rigidity of time meet, it like pushes us around. And I think Mo McMotion talks about what do they call that? Epistemology, humility, and epistemological humility, or something like that. And that just is like, I don't know. When I look at my own life and the things I knew for sure, and how I knew where I was and where I was going, and how things were laying out, like every time that those things have been debunked in my life and I grow, it's kind of amazing. So like, but I still haven't learned my lesson because I still think where I am now is exactly the right thing. So it's like, what does that mean? Uh, am I making any sense here?
Lance, if you need community, when are we getting a 28-hour live stream again? It's that time of year, my son.
Maybe I'll come out of retirement and find a weekend if my wife has a craft weekend or something. Maybe I should. Although I don't think I have keys to Grail Country anymore, so I'd have to steal McMo's keys.
I was talking to someone recently who was a newcomer to the corner, and I was like, well, back in my day, we did 28-hour live streams. And he's like, really? That sounds so cool. And I'm like, we need to bring back the 28-hour live stream.
Well, and it fits on this live stream. Really, the main reason why I wanted to do that was fun is it was absurd. Like it was just absurd. And I am attracted to absurd things. And so, yeah, I just like, let's do it.
I want to go back to Cece's question. Still scrolling across the bottom of the screen, but
If you like 8-hour live streams, you'll love a lock-in.
raise your hand if you're a former youth pastor. Lance, surely you were. Yeah, me too. The thing Peterson's been brought up a couple of times because it's obvious, like, the influence, but I don't know her or who Cece is, but I haven't interacted on streams much, so I don't know where all that is, but the embeddedness of the meta narrative, where I think story, like we don't live in the world outside of church or wherever you are. There's no, I don't know if this exactly maps onto Aaron Renn's thing, the negative world, positive world stuff, but like there is no neutral story. There's no neutral. Like you're getting something. You're getting a meta narrative from somewhere. And so church, the Christian meta narrative, no matter how particular you want to get to the history of it all, you can find it in any quote unquote Orthodox Christian church. You can find the Christian meta narrative and embed yourself into it, where you slide then along that journey into different waters and different streams. Will change likely, but beginning to embed yourself in a story that the faithful believes true, and you don't even have to believe it's true to embed yourself in it initially, within the community. So it would, and for me on a personal note, it's just that those stories that I was given as a child, like actually did things in my life that helped me. You can call it through the spirit, you can call it through whatever psychoanalytic secular term you want to use, but those stories like did real things in my life and continue to. So
Yeah, I've had that intuition, Christian, that there's no neutral story. Like the old question, is evil a thing in and of itself, or is it just the absence of God? It might also be a thing in and of itself. However, I think simply the absence is nihilism. I think that's been I've grown closer and closer to that conclusion. And I don't have direct evidence to say why. It's just a feeling. Like, why are plants growing upward? Like, why? Why do they care? Like what? I mean, stuff like that I'm just deeply intuitive within my bones now. Yeah.
was that
Chad.
go
Go ahead.
I was just saying, is that what is the question when that isn't asking for an answer about the plants, or was it just was that
Sure. I mean, we have they need light from the sun, so they're striving for but like even that is like, we need light from the sun, so we strive upward. Like,
telos, purpose. Yeah.
Chad.
I think, what's up? Yeah.
You have the
No
floor.
question. Well, I could share a quick story this morning of that, about this evil thing. So there was something really weird that happened today. I was at the meeting. So I got to the men's meeting or the book study before the meeting with Carolyn and changed her diaper and had our meeting. And then the actual meeting that starts at 10 happens, and we had the meeting and she was there with me and stuff. And at the very end of the meeting, some dude, now there's like 150 people that show up at this meeting every week, and I know them all. And at the end of this meeting today, some dude I've never seen before walks up as I'm holding Carolyn, and this all happened so fast that I had no way to react to what was about to happen. He starts to bring his hand up like this, and he says, you want to know how to make a baby angry? And he puts his finger on Carolyn's, right between her, like right up above her eyes here, and starts to press there. And she starts to get like, her face starts to contort. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? And he just laughs and turns and walks away. And as he's walking away, I'm like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, who are you, dude? And he just walks away, smiling, laughing.
Legally,
and I've
that's
never
assault.
seen.
Like, legally, that's assault, what he just did. But just
Yeah,
saying.
and I know, and like I said, this all happened so fast. I had no way to, like I immediately thought, why didn't I smack the shit out of him? Why didn't I apprehend him? What's going on with this? Who is this guy? And like all I could think about was that was like one of the most evil things that I'd witnessed with my own eyes. And I don't know, is that evil? Is that, or am I making too much out of nothing? What was I supposed to do? And like I'm sitting there wrestling with this, like even now, I'm like, what was I supposed to do? It all happened like within seconds, and that was a really weird situation.
I'm grateful you didn't react. The Chad I knew a couple of years ago might have been different.
Well, yeah. And how do you even smack somebody while you're holding the baby? You know, like all of that was so weird, dude. I don't
Yeah,
know
that's
what
wild.
yeah, dude. Well, I did learn something though. Now I can never let anybody touch my daughter if I don't know them, like at all. Like, so I have to be a lot more discerning now.
Do you?
So, yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. This is a topic I'm interested in. I'll throw this out there, see if there are any thoughts. Like the difference between evil versus a behavioral problem, and where does that line get drawn? And is there a line? To what extent? Like I almost think of with evil, I think of agency. That's what I think of, and with behavioral problems, I think of our lack of agency. But those two things are always intertwined. So, yeah, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, the thing that just jumps to mind is, diagnosing a criterion. Does it remove, like you said, agency, responsibility, you know, and that goes all the way to a lot of different, levels, and it could get spicy real quick. But basically, well, they can't help it because they're ADHD, or they can't, whatever, but all that kind of stuff um, is a question. And I'm not calling that evil, that in itself, but I'm saying there are other situations though. It's like, well, they can't help it, they're a sociopath. Like, um, and what do those labels do? I mean, it's just an interesting question about, um, uh, this call to name things. This divine call to name things, and what does it do?
Yeah, we just live in a time where we just don't own we just don't own our, like, we don't take responsibility for our own actions, right? So like you even say, the crazy thing, like, there's this term minor attracted persons is coming out. No, what the heck is that? Like, that's just child rape. Like, at the end of the day, like, and by the way, we just all know, like, yeah, no, taboos are good. Like, actually not going up and touching someone else's baby unwanted, that's a good taboo in society. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, it's something like when the norms of social behavior have broken down to such an extent, then the boundaries of social behavior become more important than ever. But then they become increasingly difficult to enforce the less that there's a norm that's enforced through soft power, let's say. So earlier when the group was talking about soft power, it's not necessarily a bad thing that you want to be part of the group. I guess I would ask Chad, like, is it the kind of person who's in AA because they don't want to be, but they have to be?
Mm.
And, because I think what makes AA successful is that my suspicion is that, the people who are there actually at least want to be there. So they have challenges, they have issues, but like they at least want to be there. And that in and of itself is often enough to lead to pro-social behavior. And I apologize, I got to run because my daughter wants to play Minecraft.
I mean, there are a lot of unhealthy people in 12-step programs, and there are a lot of unhealthy people everywhere, right? Like, my sense when I was hearing that story, kind of understanding if you're in a group, I could sense that could have been someone who, quite frankly, was extremely jealous and envious of Chad potentially, and wanted to do something to bother it. It could be any myriad of things, or it could be just some person who's just doesn't get any sense of what's right and wrong in terms of social norms or whatever that is. But it's just wrong at its core. It's just, yeah. So.
Yeah, I didn't know what to make of it because, like I said, I'd never seen him before. I know my community very well. Like, it was just so weird because I was wrestling with the question afterwards: was that dude evil or not? Like, this is what I was actually thinking about on my drive, and I thought, well, he must have. What he did was evil because he asked the question: do you want to know how to make a baby angry? And he was saying this just as he already had his hand on her forehead, right? And dude, I'm like, I don't know what to make of that, dude. And now I'm struggling with like, do I even tell Ann about this? Because she's probably gonna say like, well, I don't think you should take her to the meeting anymore. And it was just really weird, dude. And yeah, more importantly, I guess maybe it's Neil's question is where does spirituality and psychology, where does that split? And I'm not sure it does. I think that's one of the reasons why we're in such of a strange position right now, is we've compartmentalized these things to such a degree that we think we know how to talk about them, yet we don't know how to talk about them. So we compartmentalize and separate spiritual from psychological, and I'm not sure there is any difference, to be honest.
Yeah, I would say that
yeah.
what comes through is it's one thing to seek understanding, but that the understanding doesn't justify. But sometimes it does. It's like, well, you just don't understand this person, so then something can get justified because it's like in the name of understanding, which the understanding is the science trying to like come to a consensus on what is going on with this certain section of population or whatever. But I think on the other side, circling all the way back to something way earlier in the conversation, though, is with what Rod was saying. It's one thing to try to like parse belief about the metaphysical, but the other part about religion that you can't actually separate is moral law. And I think that that also comes into play with this, this kind of conversation and what's happening with religion and politics and these things too is is it just norms we're talking about, or is there like things that, like, to Neil's point, like evil, absolutely, obviously sin, or identify that kind of stuff, uh, is another part of this, this whole question. And sometimes one that, I don't know, we deal with moral, in a certain way that as much we're dealing with a lot of times the metaphysical in this space, but, bringing up those issues, quote unquote, natural law, moral law. So there's that.
Well, hi, sweetheart. I think I should probably let you guys go, but thanks for letting me talk with you. And smiley girl. Oh.
Thanks for hanging,
All right,
Chad.
guys.
Thanks, Chad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. God bless. Nice haircut, Christian. Also, we got to get together soon and start planning our Midwestuary artistic angles.
Sounds good, man.
God bless everybody.
And then there were four. Hey, we might finally have Joe and Jonathan. You guys have volume. They've been here the whole time. Y'all's volume is pretty low, it sounds like. Yeah, very quiet. Very quiet.
How's it sound now?
There we go. We can hear you.
Oh, here we
What
are.
are you two fellers getting up to?
So we're just building a van. You know how it is. Van. Midwestuary road trip.
That's right. That's right. You guys want to tell the fans of the McMo stream the adventure you two are about to partake on?
Yeah, I suppose. We're going all around to various estuaries until Midwestuary, and then who knows from there. Yeah, that's pretty much the extent of the plan. We've got this van here. We're building it out. Just securing things to the wall at the moment. We still have to put the AC on the roof. Yeah, just a little crunch week. But then it's going to be good vibes. We're going to come visit Mr. McMoses. And we're going to visit Mr. Grimgriz. And all sorts of people. And that's basically just... And Joe, man.
So do you guys have your do we have a link you can click yet, or is that still to come?
We do have a website, but it's not quite launched yet. It's like
It's really close.
It's very close. It just needs a couple more photos and maybe some modification. I have to get some like links working and stuff like that. And
All
get
right,
the
folks. Well,
But yeah,
keep an eye out
it's
for
gonna
the
be
link.
estuaryroadtrip.com.
Estuaryroadtrip.com. We'll keep our eye. Go ahead and set up a Google alert for estuaryroadtrip.com.
Do
These
it.
boys are going to need all the help and prayer and donations that they can get. I'm sure of it.
Sure, we don't want to break down, and that very well might happen. But hopefully not. Yeah, appreciate giving us a spot to say hello.
Can you imagine a more embodied way to really go forward through all this? You guys are the real Lewis and Clark of actually not alone.
Yeah, dude, that's the whole point. Yeah, remember, we think about maybe called the Remember Embody Road Trip. Little shout out to Grim Grease.
Ooh, remember Embody Road Trip. I like it.
Yeah, it's not bad. Getting all the people excited for Midwest trip. It's gonna be epic.
Well, I hope that you guys can do some vlogging on Dumir's channel.
That is, I think we might make a separate channel because as you know, my channel is quite shadow banned these days. Whether by people's own likings or algorithmic means, but so yeah, we'll have a website. We're planning to do some vlogs. Yeah, we're going to the Glastonbury Estuary tomorrow. I can't see either of your eyes, but it's all good. And I just assumed my sunglasses earlier, but yeah, so we're going to the Glastonbury Estuary tomorrow, and then we're going to Pennsylvania. We're going to visit Michael Martin.
Stick.
Yeah, dude.
See, are you guys going to all of the estuaries that are on the website?
Not every single one. Well, definitely not everyone because there's other ones, other countries and such as well. But we can't even make it to all the American ones. But I think it's like it'll probably be over 10 or 12 or something. Yeah.
Good grief! What an adventure, Lance! If you and I were a couple of years younger, I wouldn't mind going on a road trip to different estuaries with you. I think you'd probably be a pretty good road trip buddy.
You're welcome to join us in the van, but I say that thinking you probably won't. Because, that would be pretty tight. But this is a pretty big van. It's like the biggest Sprinter van you can buy. We got a pretty good deal. The guy who had it before us was going to put all this stuff in, but then he didn't. So now we're doing it instead.
Have you considered wrapping it with some V&A branding?
We have talked about we had outside the van discussions. I want to paint the top blue, maybe put Estuary Road Trip on the side. But we'll see how it goes. Right now it's looking a bit like a Jiffy Pop. What was it? The sensory deprivation van. We're gonna have all the Wi-Fi bouncing. I don't know, but this is just insulation. Probably gonna put some other stuff. But yeah, that's the plan.
Well, we wish you all the best. Godspeed, gentlemen.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Stop raining.
Yeah, we have to put the AC.
I love it.
We gotta get the Cloudbuster out. Maybe when we go to Michael Martin, we'll ask about the Cloudbuster. Yeah. Okay. Cheers, y'all.
Oh, McMo, I've got massive FOMO.
Yeah, those boys. This looks like they're gonna have some real fun.
I've gone deep down the van life YouTube world.
Have you really?
Oh, nothing like getting a van and just taking some books and just getting lost. It doesn't sound pretty awesome to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the wilderness. But you could get lost anywhere. You could just kind of walk down the road, lay in the ditch.
But I have these things called responsibilities and family responsibilities and things like that. So I can't, and that's okay. That's my sacrifice.
That's the real FOMO, right?
Listen, there are a lot of people FOMOing the blessing that I have in terms of having a wife and kids and a job and all that other sort of stuff. So we all
and the looks. Don't forget the looks.
Oh, that's true. Hey, I was going to ask you. So you did your randos with Paul. A lot of times when I do those things, I ruminate on it. Then, what the experience was like, or maybe what I did say or I didn't say. Did you have any ruminations post rando that have been kicking around in your mind?
That's a good question. That's a good question. I think I was kind of proud of myself for not. I could have been much more specific about some things. So I was I think that I told it generally well. But yeah, there was like whole sections of my life that were completely cut out. Like
Yep.
I didn't really talk about being a musician or Christian absurdism or many of the other various disagreements I had with the church. Like there. So yeah, there was definitely more I could have told. Even more about my like parents too. Like I still, I had this whole thing planned out in my head. Like I was going to tell Paul about like the whole city of Savannah and why it's basically it's an estuary and what the salt water is and what the fresh water was. Like so I had all these grand visions of giving a real presentation, but all in all, I was pretty happy with it. I don't have very many regrets at all.
No, I just tell you. So I'm also a high intuitor, and I've got all the thoughts in my head at once, right? And then one of the things I notice when I speak is I don't finish my sentences because I'm jumping on to a next thought, right? And I want to say all the things at once. I call it fire hose Lance, right? So I can relate to that, having all the jumbled bits, and then because I'm willing to let things fly, all the little strands in the duder's head, right, are there, and then I'll stick a landing if I have enough time. But yeah, I struggle sometimes.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the weave. We just got to weave.
Well, to say that's one of the things. Like, well, I would come back whether it be Kanye or like also just our favorite president also is a high intuitor. And there, I understand, like when I'm hanging out and talking with other ends, I can kind of jump with them because I'm filling in the blanks. Like I don't have to have all the blanks filled up, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you're talking, one of the blanks is Myers-Briggs, right? Like when you say one of the N's, you mean like ENFP or INTJ.
Right. So I am an ENTP, and Trump would be an ENTJ. You are probably some sort of ENF, or maybe I don't. But anyway,
I'm ENFP.
Yeah, and so like only 30% of the population are intuitors. Most people are S's, and so they're very detailed and linear. There's nothing, by the way, nothing's better than the other thing, right? So it's just the way we process, and everything's valuable, and you need all sorts and stuff like that. So it's not a denigration, but like that's why I can speak Luke, because when Luke starts talking and he's all over, like I just jump with him from thought to thought, and I'm kind of anticipating things, and like that doesn't bother me. Like I can be very frustrating for my wife because I'm a kind of a high N and she's a very high S. So I'm all over the place, and she's just trying to jump into some sort of linear. Hey, can we just stay down here for a little bit? How did you jump to that? And it's like, well, just give me 10 minutes and I'll stick the landing and I'll bring it all together.
Yeah. Guilty as charged. That was definitely something listening back. I didn't finish a lot of my sentences, but the flow of the stories was fine. Welcome back, Tayo and Mark.
Yeah, I came back as we're now at the debrief portion of the stream, and I also listened to Yorando twice actually, and I think I was impressed by how well you were able to capture the story and the feeling of being alone and being the aspects of wanting to submit, but that not even being an option that was given to you, and the way in which all that went down was just heartbreaking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I think the vibe of
Twitter, because I was so impressed with that.
Yeah, it came across, McMo. So like sometimes I worry. It wasn't just because I was an N. I think it came across, I think you gave the vibes of those different moments well, and what you chose to highlight. I think you did protect particularities, but like Kyle just said, the word heartbreaking. I think it went really well. You didn't need to say all the things to have the spirit come through.
As Luke just commented, it's hard to not be impressed with McMurdo.
Oh, that's a compliment. That's a compliment. That's a yellow card.
Yeah, you guys can learn all the tips and tricks of not being impressed with me when you meet my wife in Chicago. She's got all of the. She is totally immune to my charm. But yeah, the only issue with that, Lance, is that like once you learn some of the like the characters and their like personalities and like how the like I was thinking of it more of like a good. If I'm gonna tell the story, I'm gonna have to like talk about all of the particular personalities and how it interacted with me and my wife's personalities, because that just like that's to me the real story is the kind of social confusion and betrayals and all of that stuff. And in fact, like understanding the difference in the different people and trying to steelman what they could have been thinking over the years. I feel like it's just helped me forgive everybody, you know? And so like, that's the one thing that's like harder to communicate, I suppose, is how I don't actually look at it as like this one thing that happened where I got kicked out of the church and into the wilderness. Like that's a good way to kind of sum it up, but it's a much more messy, nuanced reality. And the other thing is I've tried my best to not make it be an excuse for any of the things that I think, right? Like I don't want it to just be that like, because this happened, I'm not going back to church. Like I want to have other reasons, et cetera, et cetera. That's just an example, but,
across. That very much came across. It wasn't your typical evangelical story.
Well, and to not downplay it, McMo, I mean, the fact of the matter is that if you've seen, I think I commented maybe on PVK's, maybe it's live, I can't remember where it was in the live stream or whatever, which is you got a behind the scenes look at how the sausage is made. I got behind the curtain too. And yeah, we're all humans. And, you know, a huge portion of, I would just say in a non-denominational world, and that's why I point back to like the vocations and stuff like that. Like, chances are your church is going to be around for a while, and then there's going to be something pretty messy that happens, you know, and whether that kills the church or splits it or whatever, it's just kind of the reality of it, you know. And I think what you said is really important, which is not trying to make that experience keep you away from something that would be good for you and your wife in the future, right? Because that's really what you want to guard against. Like, hey, would it be better for us, like at some point maybe it'll be better for you guys to join a community again when that timing's right, and you'd hate to just not miss out that opportunity or close that door if that's something that would be beneficial for you and your wife.
So when the time comes, the burning bush will call to you. Is that what you're saying, Lance?
I think at some point potentially, I think absolutely. If God wants you, like, I believe that there are certain moments where God really has gotten my attention in life. I think the most part. So, for example, if I'm doing a pro-con list, should I become a doctor or a lawyer? I don't think God cares. It's like, yeah, do that, whatever. Like, just be good wherever you're at. Like, be whatever it is. But I think there are some times where I don't think the longer I've walked with it, I think maybe we can all relate with it. There are certain times where He has made Himself known front and center to like, you're gonna do this, okay? And many times when that's happened, it's not the thing I wanted to do. You know, it wasn't like some magic.
Man, really? No, come on. Not that.
You know, and I try to run from it, and then it keeps beating me over the head with it. And then if I'm really obstinate, He might pull the thing out from under me that I'm trying to hang on to.
And if you resist too much, you might get swallowed up by a giant fish.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It's a fine fish, man. I'm like, man, this fish is so comfortable. Really? You
well,
want me to get out of it?
yeah, the comforting and terrifying thing, which it's both comforting and terrifying, is that you are exactly where God wants you to be. You know, like that's both terrifying and comforting, but it's kind of just has to be true, like logically. You know, there's not really a, um, yeah, you have to do, in my opinion, some metaphysical and theological cartwheels in order to get around that one.
Yeah, well, McMo,
Let
we
me
live in
think
the
about it.
tension of apokatastasis and eternal damnation, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, I missed that, Lance. Say again.
We live in the tension of apokatastasis, universalism, and eternal damnation.
Okay, didn't miss it. Just didn't understand.
Yeah.
Oh, I have to go now.
Right there with you,
See you,
Mark.
Mark.
Lance is talking in his Orthodox code. You know, he's just trying to. No, that was a very Christian absurdist comment. You know, and so.
Yeah, you appreciated it, didn't you, McMo?
Yeah, no, that's pretty close to my opinion on things. You know, I'm open to other situations being the case, but yeah, because like I think you can come at it from an apokatastasis way. You can come at it from a Calvinist way. You can even there are certainly ways to come at it from Catholic and you know, more free will Protestant churches. But it's really hard to like get around if you are a quote unquote believer, right? Like, but even if you aren't, it's still difficult. Like once you posit God, there seems to be an inevitability of needing to accept one's lot in life, kind of absolutely and radically absolutely. But then there's also a sense in which Christianity, I think, is the only worldview or religion that also affords the idea of, oh, maybe I'm not where I should be, right? Because if you take that kind of determinism, I guess you could call it, too far, then there's no room for repentance. But there's still, you know, when you zoom out, God might have you where he has you in order for you to repent, right? Like there's so it's all kind of gets included in the providence of God somehow in his plan. But yeah, it's also it's a very hardcore thing to say in terms of all of the potential variety of sufferings that could be going on right now. But hey, I don't think Christianity is like a simple, easy thing to understand through, you know, through reason or rationality. I think that it has to be confounding to the wise and simple to the simple in order for it to be true Christianity.
Well, and I even think like Job, right? So, you know, the thing is that his suffering did not last forever, right? And, and so, like, I think that's important to remember. You know, where we all kind of get settled into the past few years. I have the thing that just comes foremost to me, and maybe it's because I have young adult children who are just entering the world, but it's meant a lot to me too, which is the story of the prodigal son. And it never really hit me that the son basically said something like, "You're dead to me, and I want to take my money." And the father knew he was going to go waste it on sex, drugs, rock and roll. He didn't even try and say, "Oh, that's not wise," or whatever. Or, you know, he just said, "Okay," gave it to him. Just let him go. Go do your thing, you know? And like, you know, there's all this wisdom we want to tell people, "Oh, you shouldn't do this and that'd be wise. And I'm not going to give money. You're going to go waste it on crack." And it's like, yeah, no, he actually let him go do that, which is nuts, dude. Like crazy. But it's just the trust that, you know, I think it's because he knows how the story is going to end. And that's why kind of me being an ultimate reconciliation sort of guy is no matter what happens is that you will return. But you have to go out before you can, you know, you have to leave before you can and experience it before you can fully embrace that you're a son. And I mean, like that just, it says a lot about me because I have I wish I could only had one prodigal story, McMo. I have I'm starting to stack them up, and that's embarrassing for me, but it's true. It gives me comfort to remember that I can always return, which is good to know that I can always start over again. And because my shame tells me to stay out in the pit, isolated, and then I could end up being a statistic. That was discussed yesterday on the live stream. But generally, light breaks through and something brings me back, and I remember, oh, I'm a son, and I can return, and I don't have to sit in this pit of shame, But that pit, I learned a lot of lessons in those pits that I don't repeat anymore. The problem is I learn new lessons. Then I go do a different prodigal journey, and I gotta learn that one.
Yeah. I mean,
McMo's not gonna promote himself, but I will. He's got a song on the McMosa album. I think it's Mystic. McMo, what was the title? Hysteronics? Something like that. That pretty much speaks to that. And I was listening to that on the train yesterday, and had a very similar effect to Kanye's Jesus Walk, particularly when he says, God, I want to talk to God, but my frequency has not spoken in so long. And McMo's kept saying, remember, you're still he calls you friend. Yeah, I'm butchering it, but check out McMosa album, man. It speaks on it.
yeah, and Tayo is the official. Whatever Tayo says the songs mean, that's what they mean. Doesn't really matter what I think on it. Because I don't know. Well, I say that jokingly, but in all seriousness, I'm not sure if I would have thought of that in this situation. So thank you for helping me grift harder. But yeah, that roller coaster experience, Lance, of that much more defined my life within the church in some ways. And part of that is just because of my own neuroticism, right? Like any small mistake I made was like a week of being downcast, and I'm like having to quote the Psalms because I, uh, missed some deadline for school or something, like it was just the most ridiculous stuff. And so being out from underneath the spotlight in many ways and not having, because I think ultimately that was what my separation from the church meant to me early on. It was just kind of, okay, now I don't have this reputation. I don't have to protect anybody else's reputation either. I can just kind of finally and this is how I felt when we moved up to Asheville too, which was okay, now I can finally address this situation free of the social pressures or what have you. But the truth was that yeah, it was just such a complex series of events, and I think it's impossible for me to tell the story in a way that's full prodigal. I don't feel like in the situation of me getting fired from the church, it did not feel like a separation from God. That was one of the questions that was actually surprising to me, when PVK asked well, how's your relationship with God? How's your relationship with the church? And I was like, well, yeah, me and God have squashed our beef. That happened so quick. It was it didn't. The times when I felt like God had abandoned me, those are kind of just completely separate. I had already felt that working at the church. And then I felt it after leaving the church too. And it was a different enough experience. But yeah, that was one of the weird things about it. And one of the reasons why I think it was maybe easier for me to remain a Christian was just because, yeah, I just
Stress tested.
yeah, I really believed that nothing could separate me from the love of God.
Yeah, and I
then,
want to make sure it's clear. I don't think you're on a prodigal journey. Like, I don't think that's what this is.
Well, I am. It's just not this. That's not the part. That's not what I was talking about on PVK. You know, like.
Well, one question I wanted to ask was, when I had this sense that you, before your dad's church had the unfortunate events, did you? It seemed to me as you really, it seemed like you enjoyed growing up in the church. You had a fairly good experience with that. Would that be fair?
It was certainly more complex than that, and it wasn't until I got fired from the church that I started seeing some of the benefits of the smaller church. And it probably even took longer than I thought, because it honestly might not have been until I started participating in TLC that I kind of realized that, like, oh, actually, that early church got a lot of stuff right.
I sensed the fondness you had about, because of the smallness, the familialness of it, right? It seemed I detected a bit of a fondness that you, man, not perfect, but you're a young man who liked church and liked going to church with his family.
Yeah, I don't think that I would have, as a young man, I wouldn't have described it that way. I would have, there was a whole lot of prophilicity. The whole PK thing was certainly an aspect.
Yeah.
There are a lot. One of the things that I didn't even talk about was, like, our church was like the royal ambassador, the paramilitary thing that PVK was talking about. We actually fought a lot. Like, I learned to fight at church because of the combination of, like, just Southern culture, being a more out in the sticks, and also just having all of my kind of white trash family, and then some other, like, trailer park folks. Like, it was just, for a kid, it was a pretty, like, it was a very high. It demanded a lot of me, we'll say.
That's good.
And so, yeah, like, but what happened was, when I stopped going there in, like, at age 19 or 20. Actually, I guess I stopped going when I was 18, but I really I saw only the negatives. So basically, I thought of all of the stuff that came from our little church as pretty much all negative. But it's also just one of those things I've talked with my dad about it so much that it's some of my memory. Oh, you'll like this, Lance. One of the things that I didn't include in the story was, during that time between pastors, the church got so low that they were about to ordain me as a deacon. At, like, 17, 18 years old, they were about to ordain me as a deacon in the church, because they just didn't have enough. And so the hands got laid on me, and they did this, like, pre-ordination thing where they, like, anybody who was up for election would get prayed for before the votes got cast, kind of a thing. So I, like, basically got ordained as an 18-year-old, which is just hilarious now. And luckily, I was actually thinking about this. Like, I don't remember my actual separation from that church. I just kind of remember going to it early in the mornings, and then eventually I stopped going to Sunday school and the worship service, and my dad would have still been holding down the fort there. So yeah, it was very, very. That's a very cloudy, because that was also the time of, like, junior, senior year of high school. There's just so many. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I
the
think
part I wanted to ask
Go ahead,
about. The way you described your private school sounded very estuarial in the different types of Christians that were there. How did that play out in practice? Is it
It played out as most kids not really feeling comfortable talking about religion, and it just being kind of assumed as, like, that's just one of the rules of this particular prison, you know. So yeah, like, there were good kids and bad kids. Um, I was privy to a lot of the bad kids' badness, but also privy to a lot of the good kids' badness as well. And um, I don't know, in terms of it being estuarial. I don't know. I don't. It's hard to separate
how the school was and kind of my experience with it. I had a great time, but that was also because, like I said, I was very popular. Like all the teachers liked me, so of course I liked it. But I know that a lot of my friends hated it, and they felt like the Christian stuff was all they just had to pretend to do that, and they didn't really care much about it. I did have one friend who was like an agnostic, and I used to make fun of him for being an agnostic. Like, um, but yeah, there's a whole. It's a complex. Again, it's a very complex thing. I don't know.
I'll tell you what, McMo, one of the things that really rang out that resonated with me that I took with it, and I had this sense the way you've talked about it before in the TLC. But despite being a PK and all that other sort of stuff, the fact that you and your dad, he did something right, man. You guys still have such a strong and good relationship. That's pretty incredible. That's the most important thing through all that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm very fortunate, but also, I'm commanded to honor him. So it's kind of an obligation thing too. If I'm going to be in public talking about my parents, I'm not going to like shit on them.
I get that, but it agreed. And so, yeah, there are things I don't say, right? But they're also, I don't know. I'm feeling the vibe or whatever. I just have a sense that you like your dad and like the relationship you guys have now. Still the ritual, like you've talked about the rituals your family you had. Those are things that are really good that bind things together, and you've continued in certain rituals, which is really connection and relationship.
Oh yeah, but this is getting weird. This conversation's gone weird. We're just
Okay,
talking
so
about
I'll
myself.
change it. You know, the most amazing, groundbreaking thing that came out of that whole thing, McMo, is the fact that Paul Vanderklay didn't even know what a passion conference was. Unbelievable. Can you believe that?
That was pretty amazing. Yeah.
Was that pretty amazing?
I wanted to make a big deal out of that, but I was also trying to get as much out of it,
Yeah, I was like, which by the way, that told me like, okay, that helps me understand a lot about the CRC, because had CRC young people or whatever been paying any attention to it, he would have heard of it. The fact that he he used to wait for the Passion album to come out every year. You know what I mean, McMo? Like heavy rotation on the channels, but you grab the CD.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that. I mean, I think it's kind of a well, that's the other thing is in terms of it being a big deal to do like a conference, like in my head for all of the whole thing, I'm like, yeah, we could like try to grow to the point where the estuary conference is like Passion, and I'm like, but why would we want to do that? And also, but the good thing is that Passion already figured out the whole estuary thing. Like when we went, you had breakout sessions, and it started with like a group of 1,000 in a bank, like an empty arena or convention center, and then they spread us out into like on these giant carpets, and so then you would have like this room of like 1,000 teenagers, but they were all huddled up in like 5 or 6 people. And it didn't take like, you didn't have to have some massive organizational skills to just like tell a bunch of teenagers to like, find 3 or 4 other people. You could even do it in a game. Like all this stuff to me, I'm like, I might be tripping, but this is like the easiest part of all this. It's like how do we organize getting people into groups? But that being said, I also don't want to join the like committee to be in charge of any of that. So
right. No, and so like for people trying to understand, like me, gave me a lot of, like that just crystallized to me to realize like, okay, now, so the CRC clearly sits outside of Big Eva, right? Because if you were in any sort of a non-denominational context, Passion, because those were the worship songs that would come into your church, right? There were CDs. If you were someone who listened to K-Love, or do you guys have K-Love in your part of the country? It's a Christian radio station.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. Yep.
Yeah.
I took the K-Love challenge.
Did you?
I actually did, yeah. Gave up Kendrick for a month.
Wait, are we just K-Love for like a slightly more autistic audience? Is that all TLC is?
Man, oh gosh, I don't know.
Oh,
And
that was the aspect I left out, Lance, that would be more pertinent to you. But so I could have talked about my mom, how she's really into sports and politics. So she, growing up, what was on TV, constant background of either Fox News or ESPN. And so, like, I grew up listening to, while I was listening to Robbie Zacharias and William Lane Craig, I was listening to Rush Limbaugh and Glenn Beck. You know, like, it's crazy.
That's funny. Oh man.
Well-rounded.
Yeah. Well, one of the guys you mentioned, so like everyone, like we had all these influences, like we all have those people. Like I think some people were really influenced by Piper in the like they had a massive influence. Keller had a big influence, and he really had a big influence on like guys PVK's age, because like the guy who led our seminary and our house church, whatever, he was massive into Keller.
Keller had an influence on most of CHH, not just PVK.
Yeah. So you know who my influence was, McMo? Francis Chan. I watched.
I can see that. I can see that.
I watched every sermon he ever had when I was going through, when I was doing my seminary and we're doing our house church stuff. I just loved Francis because he was so legitimate. And then when he walked away from the mega, like I just feel like he talks the talk and walks the walk. He doesn't have a mansion or private planes. He rejected all that, man. If you want to know the person who influenced me the most in the mid 2000s through the 2015s, it was Francis Chan, and it wasn't even close.
Yeah, I was pretty influenced by him as well. There was something I couldn't quite. There was always something that I couldn't quite fully accept, but I think it's something about he was just maybe a little too sincere for me. I don't know. Ty,
He's very sincere.
Yeah, I mean, I really liked it, especially when he started speaking in tongues. That was fun. When he gave up his mega church, that was peak. That was when I was in my peak, trying to give up everything for God sort of a stage. So definitely influential. But more so, I was more influenced by basically everyone that CHH told me to listen to: Piper, Keller, Johnny Mac, all of those guys.
Oh, Johnny Mac, baby.
That's where I got my CHH gave me my reformed education, basically.
Mm-hmm. Well, Francis got excommunicated from Johnny Mac's circle. He went to John MacArthur, for those of you who may not know. He went to his seminary, and Francis got excommunicated from that group. I don't know, somewhere probably about 2000, maybe 2007-ish, 2008. So
I was unfamiliar with the speaking in tongues lore.
I've never seen him speak in tongues before.
Oh yeah. If there's a Remnant Radio, I think they're called, is basically the charismatic / Pentecostal YouTube presence, and they had him on a few years ago, and they spoke about him finally speaking in tongues, and I was like, oh, nice. So maybe one day I can too.
Yeah, they had a conversation on Remnant Radio with Francis where he was talking about how he went back and started reading the early church fathers and real presence Eucharist and unity stuff. So Francis has kind of had these weird. He's not going to become. I shouldn't say that. I don't think he's thinking about.
That's so funny. We probably watched the same video. What stood out to you was him mentioning church fathers, and what stood out to me was them saying he spoke in tongues.
Yeah. So I only got about halfway through, so maybe I need to finish to the speaking in tongues piece, because that's very non-MacArthur-esque, right? Like John MacArthur is not going to be speaking in tongues.
Strange fire.
Yeah, he basically, it was being cancelled by this is very inside Christian YouTube, the cessationalists, when they started going to more Pentecostal charismatic conferences. I think that's how we got onto the Remnant Radio guys. And part of that is I was praying with at one of those conferences, and someone prayed for him to be able to speak in tongues, and he was able to.
Yeah, Francis is very metagelical. So like he also ticked off a lot of people. He started hanging out with charismatic Catholics, and that bothered some people. Then he started hanging out with some Orthodox people, and that bothered some people. So Francis is on an interesting journey. Yeah, no, he's my, and again, so the reason why I thought about the Mo is he spoke at Passion quite a few times.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so one of the experiences I had at Passion was none of the people in my little small group understood a word of what John Piper was talking about. And I was like all about it, like I wanted to really get down and dirty and be like, all right, what do we think? He said some radical stuff. Like, do we agree with him? Like, and they were not having it. But
Christian hedonism, baby.
Yeah. One thing that just popped into mind, did you guys ever watch those elephant rooms? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
At the round table with the mega church pastors.
Yeah, it is. I might have to pull those up, and we might have to watch some, because like it was so interesting to me at a point in my life. Like, it was all of these, like, the elite of non-denom evangelical young restless and reformed, and they all came together to talk about pretty much the things they disagreed about, which is like a very cool it's kind of like this Gen X hardcore type of ecumenicism where, yeah, we're going to get together. None of us are going to agree, but we're not afraid to hash this out. Let the best man win, kind of a thing.
I think I found out about Driscoll from one of those.
Yeah, I think he got some pushback, like, pretty seriously, if I remember correctly, from Chandler or Tim Keller or somebody for not having any authority over him or something.
Yeah, so this will tell you a little bit. You'll get this, McMo, and it probably figures out why I'm here now. So when I went to the seminary I went through, there were 12 other young guys. We were doing this ministry apprenticeship program. Really, our mentor, Fuller grad, but super smart. And he came out of the PCUSA. So Keller was his top dog. So most of the guys that I went to seminary with were young, restless, and reformed. Probably half of them were newer sort of guys, which is interesting. But here you have this little Methodist kid with all this Wesleyan influence. And so a lot of the election and total depravity stuff, we were going through Grudem's systematic theology and all this other stuff. And I was the lone holdout arguing for free will and like all this stuff. And it was really awesome because my seminary leader was pretty cool. That he liked that debate and everything else. And then the other thing that he really talked to us a lot about, which is like, hey guys, we need to hold a lot of this stuff loosely, because a lot of these things we might be certain about, we're going to find out we were totally wrong. So, which was very metagelical in a lot of ways. Like, he's like, I have things that I believe, and I think that's where I'm at. But you probably need to hold on to some of this stuff loosely, because, how are we going to know with any, certainty or whatever? So I was a young guy starting to fight for things. I had no idea about apokatastasis at that time, but the Wesley influence was strong in a young, restless, and reformed deal. So they spent a lot of time talking about Driscoll and stuff. I never paid any attention to him.
Here's a classic elephant room. It's Chandler and Stephen Furtick.
But I guess, so you kind of blow up on the scene. And so I didn't know a lot about y'all. I'm hearing Furtick. We talked on the phone years ago, right?
The Chandler
you
hand
just
moves.
Opened the door, like 6,000 people came that weekend, out of nowhere, no mailers, no nothing, just Holy Spirit drew them in.
Relatable.
And so we talked, and then we had one backstage kind of chit chat at Catalyst, and then all of a sudden you're everywhere, man. I mean, Rick Warren's, having you, do the intro to his new book or whatever, having you at his house, took his wife on a date. I mean, I don't know.
I've never been to.
It was weird.
I've never been to Rick Warren's house.
I haven't either.
I've never been. Mark, you've been to Rick Warren's house?
I've been to his office.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying right there. Greg's probably been to his house.
No, just to his office. So is this?
Wow.
Is my time getting eaten away here? Yeah. So in the end, But so here's what I do, Stephen, and here's legitimate concern. So I'm Googling you. I just want to know what you're about. The Reformed community is not a big fan. To be straight with you, not a big fan of you.
Of anything.
Yeah, that's true.
See, people forget how charismatic Driscoll was.
How
likable he was.
And so I come across this video of you, and granted, I know I don't want to be judged by things I've said 10 years ago or whatever, but of you rebuking your crowd for wanting depth, and your defense of that was that we've seen 1,000 people saved here. So from your own mouth, and the pulpit drives the church. I mean, people can say whatever they want, but the pulpit drives the church.
The pulpit drives the church.
You're
People
in
can
front
say
of
whatever
your
they want.
congregation saying, you guys want to talk about reform, you guys want to talk about this
I don't know
doctrine,
if I go
this
that far,
doctrine, this
Matt.
doctrine. Well, I want you to know we baptized 1,000 people. You can go somewhere else for that. And everybody cheers. And I'm heartbroken going, you just did it, bro. You literally just said evangelism and doctrine are exclusive. And so that's the kind of thing for me that I look at that.
He's right.
Oh, Stephen.
You watched the whole sermon or the?
No, that's what I'm saying.
YouTube?
And that's what I'm saying. It's unfair because you judge by sound bites, right? So that's what I saw.
Well, the whole sermon was online. You should watch the whole thing. It's pretty excellent. Because in that context, you're in Dallas, I'm in Charlotte. Our cities are very similar. We have a lot of people
Church on
that
every
are
corner.
a form of godliness, deny the
Power
power
of God.
thereof, dead dry religion, Ezekiel 37, valley of dry bones. We're dealing with a lot of that. And so to be, and you know this very well, sometimes I have to be hyperbolic, and I watched that clip too, and man, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that was, I remember it was actually the third service of the day, and the tone was off.
Chad's
and it was very
picking up
angry.
on it.
However,
I like angry.
It does make me angry to think about how many people are cycling through my church as one out of 4 churches that they attend, you know.
Yeah, because you got the best music. People just go for the music. They're not going to hear Stephen Furtick preach. I shouldn't say that. A lot of people do like the way he preaches. I can't stand it. But yeah, this is, you know, I've lost like all of the viewers now. Now that we've gone down this, but
This is fake Christian YouTube right here.
it's just
This
so
is
crazy.
This is Christian absurdism, McMo.
I love these elephant room. Like they're so salient for me. Like every little thing these guys say, and every kind of hand motion and the things they're saying without saying it is like it's just very fascinating and salient to me. I'm sorry, everybody out there.
Hey, we're in the TLC. A lot of church nerds around here. We'll pull an audience with some of this.
Well, it's very interesting for me to think of Stephen Furtick now because he would have been elevation. He would have been someone that our church looked down on for the same reasons Matt Chandler. We would have seen this as like Matt Chandler basically owning Stephen Furtick. And now looking at it today, I am kind of I still think Matt Chandler's right. Like I do think that Furtick kind of leans maybe too heavily in the seeker sensitive side of things and maybe even the prosperity gospel. But yeah, let's let Stephen keep defending himself.
Yeah.
They go to this one because they like the children's ministry, this one because their friends go there, this one because the worship's hot. And so sometimes, yes, there is a hyperbolic sense in which I will say, if all you want to do is go deeper, and what you mean by deeper is give me abstract theoretical truth that is so lofty and so disconnected that I don't have to do anything about it, just confuse the heck out of me so that I won't have to go home and treat my wife any better, or so that I won't have to step across the street and reach my neighbors. Yes, I'm going to exaggerate my point to say, get out of here if that's what you want. And that was the context of that clip in the sermon, but you don't see the rest of that in the 5-minute clip. Also to that, let me say one more thing. There is, for me, there's something I heard you say one time, I think maybe at Desiring God, and I was up, this was right before I called you, the last time that I called you, and you're so kind to listen to my feedback.
Furtick's rebuked me several times.
Well, I called him because I was listening to this thing, and you were talking about the nightmare that is Dallas, and you said, here's what I'm dealing with, and the crowd went nuts. This was total red meat for that particular crowd. So you go, in Dallas, I've got pastors who say, I'm going to preach on debt for 4 weeks. Hey, worship guy, write me a song. And so the worship guy writes a song, debt is dumb. And then the pastor gets up and says, debt is dumb. And then and the crowd's rolling. And it's hysterical. And at the end of it, you say, why not better? And then you deliver some zinger line that just communicates the essence of the gospel in 2 sentences. And the crowd goes nuts. And of course your way is better. You know, I've never been in a creative meeting that had anything in common with what you described. And what that does to guys who are trying to preach in practical ways and reach people far from God is it makes us look like we're sitting around with no brains, and we're not. We're praying, we're seeking God, we're fasting. I led my church through the New Testament in 30 days, new through 30. We
Holy
just
smokes,
finished
30
New
days?
through 30.
Begin our 6th year of ministry.
Brandon.
And we fasted for 11 days together, and we seek God, and we seek.
Good grief. There's
Oh
only so
my
much of it I can
God.
take.
Oh, we've got 22 seconds left. Let them ride it out.
The whole one is like 40 minutes long.
God deeply, and I just don't appreciate the kind of rhetoric
He's
that's
so young
easy
here, though.
to get a crowd
Mhm.
fired up about any more than you would for me to
Good
separate
hair.
evangelism and doctrine when we're just sitting.
Yeah, see, they muted it after that.
This is so infuriating, cathartic. I don't know which word to use. But they would never do this now, and I wish they would. So, something to say for that.
There's our table. Should we watch the round table? Down. Whoa. Who wants to be a millionaire
Welcome back to the
pasta?
elephant room for the free for all. All right, this is the I guess they call it the speed round or whatever, but this
All right,
is
let's see if I
just
can
gonna
name
be
how many of
us
these I can
going
name.
at, you guys. I'm going to just read.
David Platt, Matt Chandler. Can't remember this guy's name. Don't remember these two fellas.
A question, throw it to somebody, and then I'm going to throw to somebody else the rebuttal. Now, when you hear a discussion, you can often think to yourself, well, all right, I mean, I know that, but here's the part he's not saying, or here's what people would say. It doesn't have to be your own opinion, but I might say, all right, Perry, we're going to you for the answer, and David, we're going to you for the rebuttal. So as you listen, just be prepared to say, but, not representing ourselves, but representing the book that we all believe and get
Thanks,
our
widow's
instructions
son.
from. Let's
Greg
go to
Laurie.
question 1 here. What would
Not
Jesus be
representing
like
ourselves,
at my
representing the
house
book.
on a Sunday afternoon during a football game? David, you're down the end of the table. So Jesus coming over to your house for a football game. Some people are like, he's like, we got to go pray. Y'all are wasting your time. And other people would like he'd sit there and hang with us and have a cool conversation. And he would like maybe cheer for one of the touchdowns or something. What would he be like?
I don't know. Well, if he was in
Furtick, you're the rebuttal.
If he was in Birmingham, Alabama, it would be more important for a Saturday because this is college football area, which
Good point.
for the record is just idolatrous. And
crazy, right?
it would be the best thing for the kingdom of God in Alabama would be if Alabama and Auburn both lost every single Saturday. So,
Oh my gosh!
anyway,
Who to where it hurts? Go back home.
Yeah. Well, no, I've said that. Like, I think I'm not saying that it's. I mean, he probably said. I mean, it would be.
Your mom's out on
enjoyable. This is a good
platinum.
thing that the Lord has given us.
She's
We
like,
enjoy
forget
this
that.
thing.
Comfortable and
Go
weird, though?
dogs.
Like, would he eat the nachos, or would he just be like,
don't
"This is
think-
that's not healthy. You're wasting your time." Like,
No, and he would even
Take
let him.
those crackers away from those kids. I'm gonna ring that bell again later.
I know.
It's gone.
Was that Driscoll that said, take those crackers away from those kids? He's talking about giving communion to baptized children.
Hey, McMo, you need to host some elephant rooms on your channel here. We need to replicate this in some way.
Well, we kind of did with the Steel Man in earlier. You know, the Saturday hot takes. This is for the hot takes, you know. I mean, Chad's offering some very hot takes. I don't know, like this. I feel like this is kind of. This is the less ironic TLC, right? Like there's a fair bit of irony that gets used around here in order to avoid some of the head-on collisions of our varying worldview differences. I'm not sure if kind of pointing to the elephant in the room is the best way of addressing the elephant in the room, But as far as entertainment value, like this is top notch.
So is the elephant in the room the Bible? When he said we're going to see what the book says, it's like, is that the elephant in the room?
Yeah, I think the elephant in the room is the shocking lack of Holy Spirit. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh gosh. Woo.
Oh, hot take.
Yeah. No. I don't think that it. I think that the premise is that we're just going to talk about some of the things that we might disagree on, but with brotherly charity, and try to present this kind of young, restless, reformed, or non-denom evangelical as a as a united front in our slight disagreements, you could say.
Well, I think this is really interesting. So this might be my passion moment, McMo, right? So Paul didn't know what passion was. I certainly knew who David Platt was because he was doing house church stuff. So he had that book. I can't remember what it's called. So
Radical.
Certainly was Radical. That's right. So I certainly was familiar with who he was. I had heard of Mark Driscoll, but I never watched a single thing he did. But Piper and Keller were so ubiquitous that you couldn't ignore them. But the fact that I didn't even know that this elephant room existed, so I was in some other different weird little corner because I was consuming tons of stuff. But I can't believe I've never even heard of this.
Well, I think that there's levels to the phenomenon, right? So I think that there were some people who think of the Young Restless Reformed movement as a collection of books or podcasts, and then there's some people like me who were like very influenced by Christian hip hop and internet culture.
That's me.
And so, yeah, me and Tayo are similar in this. And so I read Radical by David Platt. I sung some of the songs from Elevation, enough to know who Stephen Furtick was and know that I didn't agree with his theology. I had heard of Mark Driscoll because of Mars Hill and all the music that was out there. So, yeah, like this to me was... It was still kind of nerd stuff, I'll say, but yeah, this was, I don't know, Tyler, did you watch any of this? You're a little younger than me.
Yeah, but not. I remember it, but I don't remember consuming it. Because I think I saw clips of it. Maybe, probably Ruslan was the one that put me onto it or something.
Yeah, here he is talking with David Platt 8 days ago about his confrontation with Mark Driscoll on the Elephant Room.
I haven't watched any of that, Rosalind. Is that interesting at all?
The first time I ever saw you on anything was on.
I think he's a better rapper than he is a YouTube host, but he does a good job for a certain type of internet consumer of content, shall we say?
On the Elephant Room.
And then there's poverty theology, that if you really love the gospel, you're going to sleep in a tent.
Money is extremely dangerous. Money is dangerous and damning.
I don't think that's the most helpful way to go about good biblical conversations that will lead to Christ-likeness. Yeah, I didn't realize what I was getting into. And so it was all of a sudden like...
What? Yeah, Platt has been involved in a lot of controversy. Dude, their stingers are so crazy.
Oh, what's happening here? And yeah, it's like just
this is gonna put you on Ruslan's radar. It's gonna comment on this video.
The first time I ever saw
Ruslan,
drop an album, bro.
Drop an album. Get Dream Junkies back together, bro. if Clips can do it, you can. Dream Junkies should be able to do it.
Oh wait, Clips dropped yesterday, didn't they? I've not listened.
Young Gods over here. POD was legit though. Come on now.
Dude, I love POD. They're my favorite band.
They're legit. If they're, that's actually a band that's my cutoff for Christian music. If I'd listened to them if I'd listened to them even if their lyrics weren't Christian, then I like their music. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, you gotta accept.
Shout out Josh Garrels.
Yeah, shout out Josh Garrels. I mean, there's a lot of diamonds in the rough of Christian contemporary music. Now, is I'm not saying
Lecrae, come on, people Lecrae's good, bro. I like Lecrae.
Lecrae isn't even in my top 5 Christian rappers. Yeah, but yes, he is good.
Top 5, he's good.
Top 10 for sure, but not my top 5 either.
Yeah,
DC
top 10.
DC Talk? You guys like DC Talk?
Now we're talking top 5. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry, Toby. But yeah, Ruslan's rap group was really, really good. It's
What's
a
it called?
pity. Dream
Well, it's a good
Junkies.
thing that the Lord has given us.
Dream
We're
Junkies.
comfortable and weird, like we need the nachos,
Yeah.
or we just be like, this is
Yep, Dream Junkies. Can you believe? Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to go through these and just kind of, because I think that there was one with Timothy Keller, Elephant Room, Timothy Keller.
The first Christian book I ever bought for myself was The Reason for God by Tim Keller.
Pick up The Reason for God by Timothy Keller and read it.
That's
There is
the
a God you should believe in, and his
exact
name is
reason
Jesus. That's
Creed
okay.
is legit, Chad. Creed is legit. Tremonte can play.
Won't you take me higher? It doesn't look like Tim Keller was on the Elephant Room. What was I remembering?
He's not going to lower himself to the elephant room, would he? That's not something he'd participated in, would it have been?
Yeah, he was too busy speaking at Apple or something.
Ooh, he looks old in this one. Discovering the Gospel in Job.
When Tim McKellar and Piper were talking George McDonald and said he wasn't Christian, he lost me. But I get
Tim
it.
Keller said George McDonald wasn't Christian.
He and Piper.
May it not be! May it not be!
I'll find the clip. I'll send it to you, McMo. DMs.
Yeah. Well, that's the first thing that Tim Keller and John Piper ever got wrong. Oh, boy. Well, you guys, it might be time to just call this. I mean, I'm having fun just like perusing the old evangelical internet, but my dog's mad at me. My wife is home now. I've already made the beat.
All right. Thanks, McMo. Thanks for providing a place to hang out.
Of course, Lance, and thank you for joining. Tayo, you got any final words?
Thank you both. This has been lovely. It's nice to have you back, McMo. The last couple of weekends haven't been the same.
Technically, no 2 weekends are the same, but I get what you mean. I appreciate you saying it. That I think is going to do it. My dog's got enough of me just sitting here wasting time. So, without further ado, here we go.
I'll take it. I'll take it, bro. I'll take it. You need come in quick. Give it to us, Mark. Let us have it. Come on. Don't be shy. Come Thank you very much. Maybe C minus. Attempting to steal me. Stands for church domination. You don't agree with, or has lost the magic to just need to do the open forum where we know and the points that don't matter. It's the game. It's the state being I totally get that. I think that's part of your journey is and like that's okay. Like being other practices, you didn't have to do anything else but ideas on Jesus, and so that's why I think we that has to be connected to because Mark's point about just going in life, going through and taking the sacrament and take the idea apart and like I don't know. That will work in like a blue church mainline denomination. Yeah. Yeah, and so that, but otherwise, if that just kind of to use it as church, it's on a stick.
Jesus Christ.